Okay, we'll call the meeting to order. It is 12:30. We'll start off with roll call. Nick? Sebastian's away today, I believe. Bob? Donna? Laverne's away today as well. And Mel? And myself, Dale. Are there any members of the committee that have a conflict of interest today with any applications? Seeing none. If you want to call the first application? 12:45, the first one?
Yes, through the chair, I believe, yes. We'll be starting at 12:45.
Okay.
That's on.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
Sorry, through the chair. Oh, apologies. Sorry, it is 12:45 PM now, if we wanted to begin. Okay. So the first application we have is It's a minor variance. It's A-24:284-325 James Street North, Hamilton. The agent is David Folletta with Bousfields, and the owner is Mountain View Limited Partnership. And we do have some interested parties here, so I'll see if we'll see if they're here. Pamela Cooper, are you here? Okay. And then we had Stacy Mitchell. Okay. And then we had Kevin John Logan, Christy Atridge, Nikita Krishnan, Jessica Rousseau, Elizabeth Bang. Oh, Jessica Rousseau, I see your hand raised. Okay.
Yeah. I was just saying present. Thank you.
Did you want to speak?
Yes, please.
Okay. So Jessica Rousseau, and sorry, and your address was again?
25 Mountwood Avenue.
25 Mountain View Ave. Okay. Okay. Go ahead. Oh,
Sorry, that's Mountwood, just
We'll turn
for
on-
the record.
we'll turn on your video as well.
It might work. Sorry, I'm also providing childcare, so if you hear a 2-year-old, they are present as well. I just have my little written statement. 1 second.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm pulling it up. Okay, so I'm reaching out to express my concerns of the absence of parking for 325 Mountwood Avenue. As a resident that relies on street parking, access in the neighborhood is already struggling to meet existing demands. With the proximity to St. Joseph's Hospital, coupled with zoning boundaries on James Street, there's significantly limited access to parking on the street. Residents at 325 James Street are already utilizing 15 permits, demonstrating a need for on-street parking for that building. The increased demand will cause too much hardship to the building, and I am respectfully requesting that you prioritize the needs of existing residents to ensure there is adequate parking provisions in place. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And then next we had Elizabeth Bang. And then Ayush Das. And then Jessica, you can lower your hand now. Okay, I don't believe these other parties are here. Is the applicant or agent here?
Good afternoon, Chair, committee members, and members of the public, staff. My name is David Folletta, and I'm a registered professional planner with Bousfields. I wanted to note a couple of things. We provided a presentation. Would you pull it up?
Yes.
I'll try not to be repetitive on some of the stuff we said last time, but I did want to highlight for you that we have revised the application, and we've been trying to work with the tenants that have raised concerns. And I also want to respond to some of the comments we've heard today in terms of parking. So when the presentation is ready, I will walk you through that. Great. Thank you so much. So you can go to the next slide. Maybe the one previous would be great. And I'll try to be brief in terms of summarizing the site and surrounding area. I think we talked about it last time, but obviously the site is located on the east side of James Street South, north of Freeman Place, right at the base of the escarpment. You obviously see the hospital immediately north of the subject site. There are two existing buildings on the site as well. Next slide, please. Wanted to highlight a couple of the key elements in terms of what the site has within walking distance. So subject site is identified here in red. The 800-meter radius is generally a 10-minute walk, which is generally consistent with convenient nearby amenities. And we know it's really close to the downtown. It has a range of mix of uses that provide the daily amenities for the residents of this building. So you've got employment in the downtown, you've got great access to transit, you've got commercial amenities, which means that it's a very, in our opinion, walkable community with mixed-use amenities nearby, which again reduces car dependency. Next slide, please. Last time we kind of talked about the site in a little bit more detail. So we referred to two buildings, building one being the H building and building two being the L or I building. In terms of the surrounding context, I won't get into too much detail, but there is some surface parking. There's also some parking underneath the L building on site today. Obviously, the streets provide some street frontages for the building. And, one of the highlights in terms of the abutting street is that because they're, for example, on James Street along the left side of the property, because there's vacant lands, that curb is available for on-street parking. And we'll get into that in a little bit of detail next. So next slide, please. The original proposal, you will recall, was to renovate both of the existing buildings and provide some intensification. We highlighted for you last time that the buildings were in desperate need of repair, especially the H building or building one. In terms of building one, there's an existing amount of 107 units, and that's broken down of 73 units within building H or building one and 34 units in the second L building. The original proposal was to increase the unit count to 164 in total, which was 114 for building one or H building and 50 units for the L building. Next slide, please. What we heard at that meeting, it was well attended by the public, which is why we have these meetings. We heard a bunch of different concerns. There was a concern of a lack of parking supply, both on and off site, lack of parking enforcement. We heard some issues with people double parking, people parking illegally on the street, lack of rental unit supply. So there was a worry that you would be vacating existing tenants from existing buildings, especially within buildings that are older and that have older rents. Challenges regarding non-vehicular transportation access. So there was some issues identified with respect to accessibility and walking and the grade of the site. And then finally, there was uncertainty regarding the overarching policy direction. Part of the rationale for the variances, you will recall, was that there's a new bylaw that's been updated, and these regulations are consistent with that new bylaw, which applies to all of the abutting zones surrounding the site, as well as all of the zones that are subject to the new zoning bylaw. That kind of summarizes what we heard. Next slide, please. So what we want to talk to you about today is a revised proposal. So what we've done is we've focused the parking and loading variances to the H building, to only building one. And you will recall last time that the majority of that building is vacant today. So last time we had noted that there was only 6 units remaining. Now we can confirm that all of those units are vacant or in the process of being vacated. So they've confirmed their vacancy. So this is a vacant building, a vacant residential building in a really mixed-use area that's in desperate need of repair, and we really think it's an appropriate variance for it. So what are we proposing? We're proposing to intensify that building from 73 current units to 114 units. So we're looking to intensify it. And as I mentioned last time, that intensification is really to help pay for the much needed upgrades to this building. Next slide, please. We wanted to highlight for you the condition of the building. I think we submitted these photos late, so you didn't get a chance to look at them in the last package. Now you have had the opportunity. I think what I explained to you previously was that there are structural, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and HVAC renovations that are absolutely needed. And what I mentioned to you last time was when the ownership group bought the building, they recognized that there were some cosmetic upgrades that were needed, but they didn't realize the extent to the structural and mechanical issues. And you can see here, they're quite significant in terms of leaking pipes and structural issues to the exterior of the building. Next slide, please. The other thing I wanted to explain is the current parking situation. So currently on site, there are 44 outdoor spaces and 8 indoor spaces. And the 44 spaces are the ones that you see illustrated on the site plan. The 8 spaces are what I mentioned earlier. They're underneath and within building 2 or the L-shaped building. In addition, we've assessed the on-street parking, and we estimate that there are lots of opportunities for on-street parking. So you'll notice the area in green is 1 hour or short-term parking. We think that provides a great opportunity for pickup and drop-off associated not only with this building, but also the surrounding buildings. Then there is 12-hour parking along James Street, and we think that's a great opportunity to provide additional visitor parking supply for this building as well as the surrounding area. And then finally, wanted to note that we've done a bit of a utilization. So what the current parking utilization is and what the estimated utilization is. So currently, building 1 is not using any parking because it's vacant, and building 2 has generally, what we're finding in our utilization is about 8 spaces amongst all of the 44. And we estimate that that'll increase to 12 based on the renovation. So in total, that's 20. That leaves approximately 30 parking spaces unused on a consistent basis. Next slide, please. So the ownership group, based on what we've heard, they are committed to adding some mitigative measures as part of the renovation project. So we know that there will be less additional parking demand created than previous proposals, just because we're proposing fewer units. So we're only proposing to increase the unit count in the first building, and the second building is not being proposed to be increased. So the intention really is that we've reduced the parking demand. We've also identified that new tenants will be made aware of the parking situation, and the ownership group is only going to attribute and provide parking for what they can. So they're not going to commit to parking for units that they can't commit to it. So some units will not have parking spaces associated with them, and they won't be renting them out to people that need a parking space. Management has also instituted on-site parking enforcement to ensure that only tenants and their visitors will be using it. So you've heard previously that people that are visiting the hospital sometimes park nearby, and will park here and will walk, and that's creating a parking issue for this neighborhood. And the ownership group is committed to providing that on-site parking enforcement. The other thing that they will do is if you are a tenant and you are using a parking space when you're not allocated one, that will be enforced. So we'll be calling a private parking bylaw enforcement agency to provide and ticket those vehicles. And then finally, you heard earlier that there's on-street parking permits also available. So we are going to be working with the city to identify which tenants have those parking permits today. And again, we'll be working to enforce that those parking permits are being utilized. The other thing that we'll identify is where we can remove those parking permits. We'd like to open them up to the rest of the community so that, you know, if we have an excess of parking, we're not taking additional on-street parking away from the neighborhood. So to help address some of the comments that we heard today. Next slide, please. The other thing we did is, you know, given the concerns we heard about parking, we did our own sort of parking survey, and we provided this information to you to identify the general usage at different times of the day. So we went out on March 13th, and we took photos at 9 a.m., 4:30 p.m., and then 8:30 p.m., just to really show. So the next slide shows the 8:30 p.m., just to show what's happening specifically on that date. We did take other dates as well, so we went back on the 25th. Oh, I think we're lagging. It's probably because of the size of the file. I do apologize. So again, just showing that there is visibly a surplus and parking, and you'll probably note that that surplus might be due to the vacancies in that first building. We recognize that, but again, we're adding mitigative measures to protect against that. So you can hit the next slide. So we went back on the 25th, took some additional photos just to really show what's happening at those dates and times. So 9 a.m., 2 p.m., the next slide, please. So now we wanted to highlight, again, part of the rationale for reducing the parking standards, which the city has done across the city in different zones, is the transit connectivity. We are within 225 and 230 meters of two bus stops, which provide, as I mentioned last time, excellent connectivity throughout the city. These things connect to the lower city along Main Street, where you can go along the B line. That brings you in an east-west direction or further north towards the lake. And then similarly, a number of buses cross these two stops and provide services south to the mountain, which then extend across the mountain in an east-west direction. So there is great bus transit connectivity, in our opinion, and we think it's accessible. 225 to 230 meters is ideal. We heard last time that, you know, this is a very sloped area because it's right near the escarpment. We can't change that, unfortunately, but it does still provide that accessibility to transit, which we think is important. The other thing that's, next slide, please. The other thing that's super important is as part of the city's upgrades to its official plan, the province has now required municipalities to identify MTSAs, or major transit station areas. And what provincial policy tells us is that you know, we have to delineate those, and the city's already created those draft boundaries, and this subject site falls within a major transit station area, and that's super important. And this is the preliminary map. We know that it is going to evolve, and it will ultimately be approved by council. It's in draft at this point, but we expect that it will be coming later this year in terms of delineating those in the official plan. Next slide, please. And the reason why that's important is the provincial policy statement, which you've heard a bit about as this committee, applies across the province. And what it does is there is policies in the PPS that state that within major transit station areas, there shall be no parking minimums. So this minor variance application is consistent with that, and so is the city's zoning bylaw, right? So they're making these upgrades to the zoning bylaw to be consistent with these policies. And then similarly, what you heard last time is the city is currently reviewing its residential zones, and as part of that review, it's going to be upgrading, creating new residential zones, and the new parking standards will then apply to this. And we anticipate that's coming later this year. Finally, we wanted to highlight one last thing, and that's next slide, please. That's related to recent approvals in the area, and we know that this modernized zoning approach is also being applied to different projects. So we just wanted to highlight some of these projects for you at Houston Street, Jackson Street, and Rebecca Street, where we're reducing parking standards, and that's being done either through a zoning bylaw amendment or through this committee of adjustment. That's generally it in terms of the presentation. I wanted to add a couple of things. If you have any questions about the last presentation that we had, if there's any information in there, we've got it attached to the end of this, so I'm happy to bring up any additional information you have. And I'll add one more thing. I think the ownership group has been working very closely with the residents of the buildings and, on the site today, and trying to come up with a solution to get them to support it. And I think you'll notice today that there aren't as many people attending as previously, and part of that is the work that the ownership group is doing. And they're really committed, and I think we said this last time, they're committed to working with the tenants so that they can get housed properly. And I think that was really like the most fundamental concern I had with the application is concerns related to, displacement of people. And we know that these buildings are older, and because they're older, they have older rents, which means much lower rents. And I think, part of the work that the ownership group has done is they've worked with those tenants. And that's why that first building is vacant, is because they've worked with them and worked with the legislation to make sure that they have been have a place to go and have been, all of their concerns about displacement have been resolved. Now, we're going to do that with the second building now, so that's why we're going to be dealing with that through a separate application. So those are my submissions. I'd be happy to answer any questions at this point.
Okay, thank you for the in-depth report.
And sorry, through the chair, I forgot to mention, I just want to ask, is there any other members of the public here who wanted to speak on this application? Just wanted to check first. Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, if I could add just one more thing. The one thing I didn't summarize in my presentation that I think is important is what, it's still 3 variances, but the variances are basically tied to that first building. So we're reducing the parking ratio for that first building only, so that the new parking standards only apply to that new building. And I'll add that in the notice, there was a slight error. It basically identified that H building as being proposed as 145 units. It's actually proposed as 148 units. So we would ask that clarification be added to the notice. And I think we sent an email confirming that through the Secretary Treasurer. So we would ask that you approve it, and we would ask that you approve it with that modification if possible.
Okay, thank you. Does committee have any questions?
Apologies, Jessica has her hand raised, but we've, Jessica, are you there?
Yes, I am. I just wanted to clarify a few things, if it's possible to continue to speak.
I believe we've already received comments. Okay, all right, and then I believe now the committee is going to be entering into discussions. Okay, thank you. Sorry, Chair, back to you.
Okay. Committee, any questions? Nick?
I think, Robert, no questions, just would like to make a motion for approval when ready.
Okay, there's a seconder?
I'll second that.
Bob? All in favor? Opposed, if any? Seeing none? Motion.
Thank you.
And through the chair, so that's approved with the proposed notes as well. Right? I believe it's from the First Nations group. There's something here regarding the possible archaeological potential of the site. And no, that's an acknowledgement note. Sorry, the proposed note is just that there's a building permit may be required here. Just wanted to check with the committee on that.
We're fine with the acknowledgement.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. We'll proceed. We have, the next application is a minor variance application. It is 61 Murray Street West, Hamilton, and the application file number is A-25:008. The agent is Lauren Boyer Architect, and the owner is N. Canhas. Might be mispronouncing their name. I apologize. I don't believe we have any interested parties for this matter. However, is there any members of the public here who wish to speak on this application? Okay. Seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent to step forward.
Yes, good morning, Chair, committee members. My name is Lauren Boyer, and I reside at 3378 Guildwood Drive in Burlington. I am the architect and agent for the property at 61 Murray Street West, and will be speaking on behalf of the property owner this evening or this afternoon.
Okay.
My client.
Do you have a chance to read the comments that were posted?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Go ahead.
My client is looking to add a 3-story addition adjacent to their existing 2-story heritage home in the location where a detached 1-car garage currently exists. The addition has been designed to be complementary to the existing heritage home in both scale and character. The addition itself is compliant with the zoning bylaw in terms of building footprint and height. However, we are at the hearing today to request approval for variances relating to parking and front yard landscaping for conditions that are consistent with what exists there today. The parking requires 2 variances, and however, these variances are a direct match to the parking configuration that exists today. Currently, there are 2 parking spaces at the front of the house, which partially encroach into the right-of-way, and there's 1 parking space in an existing garage. The proposed development will have 2 parking spaces that partially encroach into the right-of-way of 0.75 meters or 2'6" and 1 parking spot will be provided within the garage. The second variance in relation to parking is the portion of the front yard dedicated to driveway. We require variance to allow 60% of the front yard to be used for parking and driveway instead of the maximum of 50% permitted by the zoning bylaw. This is an existing condition with no changes proposed to the driveway curb cut. The front yard is also required to have 50% landscape space. The proposal requires a variance to permit 18% of the front yard to be landscaped area. The front yard landscaping is consistent with what exists today with minor modifications, including widening the front walkway, 2 new garden beds, new trees, and general improvements to the driveway appearance through refinishing. Overall, the front yard landscaping is being improved from what exists there today. Planning is in support of the proposed variances, and we have spoken to the adjacent neighbors about the proposed design and have letters of support from both immediate neighbors on either side. If there's any other questions, I'm happy to speak to those as well.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions? Mel?
Did you agree with the conditions that was requested by the planning department?
Yes, I'm just going to,
The boulevard
the condition
parking
is
and
for
the-
boulevard parking agreement, and
the site plan application as presented.
yes, yeah,
No problem with that?
no.
In that case, I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, and seconded by Robert. All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion carried, application approved.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, next we have a minor variance application, A-24:280, 20 Emerald Street North, Hamilton. The agent is YWCA Hamilton S Board, and the owner is SOI Emerald Corporation, and it's R. Skulgen. I might be mispronouncing that name. I apologize. And I don't believe we have any registered interested parties for this matter. However, is there any members of the public who want to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent to step forward.
Yeah, good morning. So my name is Sarah Board. I'm sorry I have some trouble with my camera today. So I'm representing the Santander of Italy. We're actually currently trying to have a childcare center in the building at 20 Emerald Street in Hamilton. And so we are proposing today a minor variance just in terms of the number of parking places for the childcare centers, like allocated to the parking, to the childcare centers, sorry. So there's actually many parking spaces available within the underground parking in the building. And so we are thinking that we don't need to have any additional parking dedicated to the childcare center. So yeah, that's why we are asking for the minor variance to be approved today.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions? Robert?
It's a question for staff. Is the childcare service a permitted use in this building?
Through the chair to the committee member, as I understand it is permitted, yes.
Okay.
Any other questions? If not,
I'd like to make a motion to approve this application, please.
okay, motion made by Nick, seconded by Donna. All in favor?
We have to, the conditions included? Okay.
Through the chair, I don't believe there was conditions attached to this approval.
Okay, I apologize. We're good.
Okay, I'll call the vote again. All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion carried, application approved.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Next, we have a minor variance application. It is A-25 :037 196 Golden Orchard Drive, Hamilton. And the applicant is Mecways Incorporated v. Mohammed, and the owner is M. Oso and K. Al-Jasem. And I believe we do have an interested party, Eileen Dunsmuir. Okay.
Yes, I am here.
Okay, go ahead. And sorry, what is, if you could provide your name and address, please.
Sure, it's Eileen Dunsmuir. I'm at 209 Golden Orchard Drive, essentially right across the street from this property. My concerns are based on the past use of this property. I believe that were renters who lived there, and they were always having the police present, ambulances. They had done a lot of destruction to the building itself, and it was a real eyesore in the neighborhood. My real concern is I don't believe there's enough room to widen the driveway given the property lines and the fact that there is an existing tree between the two adjoined properties, which I just can't see it. Anyway, my real concern is, are the owners going to be living there? Will it be rentals? How many vehicles do they need parking for? Because there is street parking. And if they haven't changed the footprint of the garage, then there is adequate parking for 2 vehicles in the driveway end to end. I'm concerned about renters. I'm concerned about just general change to the neighborhood and the fact that we'll have people there who don't own the house, if that is the case. And I'm kind of concerned that they're going from 3 bedrooms to 4. It's a very quiet neighborhood, families. I moved there 26 years ago to raise my children. And the reason I moved there was because they were families. They had children. Everybody looked after their property. They were all friendly. And I just don't want to see a big change. So I don't know if I'm entitled to some of that information, but I would like to know what the end use is.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And just through the chair, and I did this, thank you for your comments. And this resident did reach out to us prior to the hearing. And as the committee is aware, the committee is just to hear the minor variance for what's being proposed. And if there are other issues, other concerns, those are not within the purview of the committee. But the resident, if you have other kind of issues or concerns, please reach out to staff here. Our contact information is online as well, and we can try to direct you to the appropriate staff who can give you some additional information. Okay, thank you. Was there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent to step forward.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. This is Shams Sayed with Mecways Inc. I'm also one of the authorized agents working on behalf of the property owners.
Okay, thank you. Did you have a chance to read the comments that were posted?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So I would like to request the committee, if possible, to remove variance number 1 which is regards to the parking size of 2.7 by 5.8, whereas the bylaw requires a minimum of 2.8 by 5.8. The reason I'm requesting removal is because we received a zoning letter saying that the parking space required is 2.7 by 5.8 meters. But even now we received a staff report recently where it says that it's 2.8 by 5.8, which is easily achievable on the existing driveway without any alterations, without any extension of the driveway as such. So I request the committee to remove variances 1. We would only like to proceed with variants 2 and 3. And I did go through the staff report, and I do agree with staff that these are minor in nature. And the first in place, the homeowner reached out to us because they received a notice of infraction since they did some alteration interior to the property. Now the permit in place is for interior alterations to the property where they're converting the existing garage into a livable space, which is after the fact, so it's already being converted. There's no proposed accessory dwelling or secondary unit suite at this property, so everything is going to be a single family home, which is going to be occupied by the homeowners itself. I wouldn't comment on anything in the past, as I am not aware about what has transpired on the property. That the neighbors can reach out to the homeowners if necessary, or to the city staff if required. I believe this application is very minor in nature concerning variances 2 and 3, which the staff are also in support of, and I kindly request the committee to consider this application and approve of this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions? Robert?
Now, do we have to, can we just deny variance 1, approve 2 and 3? We don't have to physically remove variance 1?
Well, through the chair, the applicant is requesting to remove variance 1. I don't know if you wanted to ask staff as well in terms of this question as well.
Does staff have a comment on that question?
Through the chair, it's the will of the committee. If you want to deny that variance, it's the same outcome versus when he goes to get a building permit, he has to comply with the parking space. So either option will work.
Okay, I'll make a motion to deny variance 1 and approve 2 and 3.
Okay, seconded by Mal. All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion carried, application approved.
And through the chair, there is also the proposed note that would be attached to the approval, right? The note is just saying there's an order to comply through the building department. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next. Next, we have a minor variance application, A-25:058-123 Dodson Street, Hamilton. The applicant is R. LaChapelle, and the owner is C. Kehoe. I know I'm mispronouncing the name, I apologize. And I don't believe we have any registered interested parties. However, is there any member of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent to step forward.
Yeah, hello everyone. Perfect pronunciation on the names. Yeah, so we're just looking to increase, we're building a detached garage in our backyard. There's no garage on the lot as of now. And we're looking to increase the height from 4.5 meters to 6.1 meters. That will allow us to kind of have a little space above for storage, and it will allow us to park a vehicle in the lower area, so we can avoid parking on the road going forward. Yeah, and that's kind of just all that we're looking to accomplish there.
Okay, thank you. Committee, questions? Mel?
Did you have a chance to look at the conditions they have there?
Yes, I did. So when I initially submitted the plans, I didn't know exactly what my design would be. So I have since updated the site plan to include my overhangs, and the overhangs are not more than 0.45 meters into the required yard. So we should be all right there. And I had to correct a couple of dimensions as well, but I submitted that, so we should be all good on that end.
In that case, I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, is there a seconder? Nick, all in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion carried, application approved.
Thank you.
Through the chair, just to confirm, yeah, it was approved with the proposed condition relating to the site plan. And also there's proposed notes as well, stating that a building permit may be required and that the Ontario Building Code regulations are to be, need to be adhered and need to be followed as well. Okay. Next, we have a minor variance application. It is A-24:277-126 Wilson Street East, Ancaster. We have the agent is Sarah Brown Home Design Incorporated, S. Brown. The applicant is Hamilton Wentworth Catholic Child Care Services Incorporated, care of C. Horn. And the owner is also Hamilton Wentworth Catholic Child Care Services Incorporated. And I don't believe we have any interested parties, any registered interested parties for this application. Is there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent to step forward.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sarah Brown, and my address is 5780 Highway 3 in Cayuga. I am the authorized agent for the owners of this property. This application is to reduce the front yard setback of 12.3 meters to 10.9 to allow for the construction of a new front entrance canopy for the existing daycare center. We have reviewed the comments and do not have any questions or concerns with what is there.
Okay, thank you. Committee? Robert?
I think this is pretty well a motion to approve.
Okay, seconder? Nick, all in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion carried, application approved.
Thank you very much.
And yes, just through the chair again, there is proposed notes here as well relating to the building permit and to Ontario Building Code regulations as well. Okay. All right. Next, we have a consent application, and it is file number B-25:015, 70 Garner Road East, Ancaster, and the agent is Fothergill Planning and Development. The applicant is 4 Outdoor Living, V. Verhey, and the owner is Ancaster Church Reform Church. And I don't believe we have any registered interested parties for this application. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I will ask the applicant or agent to step forward, please.
Thank you. Good morning, or good afternoon, I guess, everybody. Ed Fothergill, Fothergill Planning. I'm here on behalf of the proponent to support the application. We agree with the staff report. With me, we have 2 members of the church, Mr. Fred Bennick and Mr. Jason DeBoer, who obviously have an interest in this project. There's a bit of a history to this file. I'm prepared to say we can accept the staff report and that can be it, but if there's any questions on the history, I'd be happy to answer them. There was a condition that I've talked to staff about that we'd like to delete, and that's condition number 7, requiring evidence of zoning conformity. This is just the transfer of a landlocked parcel from one owner to another. And there's no change in zoning proposed, so the zoning stays the same, there's no building, so there's really no need for a zoning review. It would just cost some time and money, take staff time to review it, then we come up with the same conclusion at the end. So we'd like to delete that condition if possible and move ahead with the rest of the approval.
Okay, was there any other conditions?
No, that was it. The rest are fine. Thank you.
Committee, Robert?
I don't think, again, there's a lot of questions regarding this. It's like, as the applicant made, it's just a land swap. And if I remember correctly, there was, the purchaser is aware of the land use on that. And it's up to him down the road to change if he wants to. So at that point, I'd like to make a motion to approve it with all conditions, with the exception of number 7.
Okay. Seconder, Nick, all in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion carried, application approved.
Thank you very much.
Apologies to the chair. Who seconded that motion? Oh, and Lowers. And again, just a reminder to the committee, there was a proposed note as well. It just relates to forestry that a permit may need to be obtained, and also that in accordance with the city's sign bylaw, that any municipal addressing has to be done in accordance with the sign bylaw. Okay. Moving on, we have a minor variance application. A-25:039, 467 Houston Street North. And we have, the agent is Hickory Dickory Decks, S. Allen, and the owner is D. Gingrich and F. Matika. And I don't believe we have any registered interested parties. Is there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask the agent or applicant, please step forward.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Stephanie Allen from Hickory Dickory Decks.
Welcome. Did you have a chance to read the comments that were posted?
Yes, I did. No concerns with anything there. I spoke with you, Bob, briefly about the hydro pole. So I do have a measurement for how far it is from the roof. So it's from the projected roof, it is about 4.5 meters away. And from the property line, it's 3.73 meters away, the hydro pole that's on the city's property. So.
Okay. Does the committee have any questions on this application? Motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Seconder? Donna? All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion carried, application approved.
Thank you very much.
And again, just through the chair, there is just to confirm, there's a proposed note relating to the building permit may be required, and that the Ontario Building Code regulations are to be adhered to. And there's an acknowledgement note here from the First Nations group about possible archaeological potential here on the property. Okay. Moving on, we have a minor variance application. It is A-25:034, 132 Sutherland Crescent, Ancaster, and agent Hickory Dickory Decks, Ancaster/Binbrook, G. Potticari, and the owner is P. and M. McGrath. And I do not believe we have any registered interested parties. Is there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent. Please step forward.
Hello there. I'm Greg Potticari, and I've read through the comments, and I've also read through the proposed notes obtaining the building permit, and I also saw a note that there would be a conservation required from the zoning team on this project, which I have no problem obtaining.
Okay, great. Does the committee have any questions? Is there a motion?
Motion to approve it with the proposed notes to be included.
Robert, seconded by Nick. All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion carried, application approved.
Okay. Moving on, we have a minor variance application. It is A-25 colon 035, and it is 352 Wilson Street West, Ancaster. Agent is Hickory Dickory Decks, Ancaster/Bimbrook, G. Potticary, and the owner is M. Farrow and C. Lambert. And I do not believe we have any registered interested parties, but is there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent to step forward.
It's me again. I have also read through the proposed comments and proposed notes to do with this application, and I also do see the acknowledgement of some potential archaeological could be a resource there. So we will be sure to to follow those guidelines and make those calls should anything come up when we are digging.
Okay, thank you. Committee?
Yeah, I have no problem. You're okay with the conditions and that, so I'll move approval.
Moved by Mel, seconded by Nick. All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none. Motion carried. Application approved.
Thank you, committee.
Okay, next we have, next we have a minor variance application. It is A-25:044, 10 Fairlon Court, Ancaster. The agent is M. Frater Kangeli. I know I'm mispronouncing that name, I apologize. The owner is S. Colville and T. Barta. And I do not believe we have any registered interested parties for this matter. Is there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent to step forward, please. Are they here? Matthew Frater Kangeli, Samantha Colville, or Todd Barta, are you here? Okay, through the chair, it appears they're not here. Oh, are they there? If you're here on WebEx, please raise your hand. Oh, Mr. Matt, are you there? Can you, I see you there. Can you unmute yourself and turn on your video, please? Just sending a request to them to unmute. Okay. Through the chair, I'm not sure if maybe they stepped away. I don't know. Did we want to maybe, do we want to come back to this application later?
What's the wishes of the committee? Come back to it? Okay. All right. If Secretary sees it come on, if you see them come on, then let us know or let him know that we'll hear it later.
Okay, we'll also see if we can try to contact them. Okay. Moving on, we have
May have to wait a couple of minutes maybe for the next one.
Through the chair, you're correct. We're to begin at 1:40 p.m. for the next one. Okay, we'll wait until then. Thank you. Through the chair, it's now 1:40 PM. However, I do want to note that for the last application, 10 Fairlon Court, Ancaster, the agent M. Fratar Kangeli, he's raised his hand. Are you there? Can you unmute yourself, please? Okay, it appears he's having audio issues. Just to the agent as well, we also have the phone-in option as well if you wanted to attempt to use that as well. Okay. Through the, let's see if he can. Yes, it says no audio. Through the chair, maybe if that's okay, maybe we'll let the agent try to address his audio issues. If you want, we could maybe proceed with the other applications. Is that okay? Okay, all right. So for the agent there, for Matt, to see if you can address your audio issues, you can always use the phone-in option as well if you needed to, okay? But we'll proceed with the other applications and we'll return to this one later. So it's, next application is a minor variance application. It is A-25:046, 111 Carluke Road West, Ancaster. Agent is J. Blokuis, Ontario Outbuilding, and the owner is T. DeVries and H. Hart. And I do not believe we have any registered interested parties for this application. However, is there any members of the public who wish to speak in this application? Okay, seeing none, I will ask the applicant or agent to step forward, please.
Good afternoon, committee. Mr. Switzer, there's 5 variances under consideration for this application. The applicants are myself and my wife Helen, and we're proposing to build a garage with second floor additional dwelling unit. We have a 1.5 acre lot, and our proposed location is on the west side of the driveway. We are restricted to that location to accommodate sufficient parking on the existing driveway, and because the yard slopes off to the back, there's a 3-meter difference in elevation. Our property is surrounded on 3 sides by active farming, and the proposed design respects the typology of rural buildings in our area. I reviewed the comments and notes, and we are ready to meet the servicing requirements. And in consideration of that, I am asking for an approval of all 5 variances.
Okay, thank you. You read the comments that were posted?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, through the chair, just to confirm, are you the applicant?
I'm the property owner.
Are you Timothy DeVries?
The applicant,
okay.
yeah, Timothy
okay.
DeVries.
Thank you.
Committee? No?
You did see that they wanted to table your application to get things straightened out.
Yeah, and I'm open to that. I'm just curious when that would be tabled until, and what the nature of the things that need to be ironed out would be.
I can ask the planning.
Through the chair to the committee member and the property owner. In short, the main issue that staff has with the proposal is the lot area is insufficient for a detached additional dwelling unit. The minimum of 1.5 hectares is there to provide enough lot area for private servicing such as septic systems to be able to attenuate essentially pollution levels, nitrate levels, and staff would not be able to support a variance for half a hectare instead of 1.5. There are official plan policies that allow for a reduction in that 1.5 hectares provided that it can be proven that the soil conditions can support the use, but that would generally be, in my estimation, probably closer to 1 hectare or a bit more, not half a hectare. So what we would like to iron out would be potentially as an alternative, just an accessory building rather than an additional dwelling unit.
To the staff, if they could prove that the septic system's already there, could support it, would you be okay with that? Like, I don't know how big that area is where the septic is, but it could be bigger than what's on that land.
So to be truthful, go ahead.
Through the chair, we would have to confirm with our source water protection team whether or not the lot would be big enough and if the septic system that's currently there is large enough to accommodate an additional dwelling unit. Based on the location of the septic system that is shown on the drawings now, and the proposed location of the ADU, I think a second system would have to be installed. And that is probably where the issue is regarding the lot size. So as part of, or in addition to what David was mentioning as to what we want to iron out, the servicing is part of that as well. So we would need to understand a little bit more what the proposal is and what the system is being proposed, and if there's a second system, what that looks like, and working with our source water protection team, just to ensure that the soils, as David was mentioning, are sufficient enough to accept a second system in the area. So staff would be recommending the tabling, gives us a little bit more time before we can come to a definite conclusion as to what our recommendation would be.
If we table it, you could work on that, get it as soon as possible?
Through the chair, yes, we would aim to have meetings as quick as possible. David and myself can help coordinate that.
Are you okay with that?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Switzer. I'm in agreement with that and look forward to working with you on that.
In that case, I'll move to table.
Seconded by Nick. All in favor of tabling? Opposed? Seeing none? Motion carried. Application tabled.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on. Mr. Matt, are you there? Are you able to unmute yourself? Yes, just for Matt, it's appearing on our screen. It's showing you. It's indicating no audio. Yeah. Okay. Just see if. Okay. I think we're continuing to have some audio issues with this agent. So see if we can address that, and we'll come back to this application. Okay. Moving on. We have a minor variance application A-25:049, 108 Louden Avenue, Ancaster. So the agent is D. Zigner Mann and Associates, S. Piskovic, and the owner is T. Stewart. And I do not believe we have any registered interested parties for this application. However, is there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay. Seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent to please step forward. Is the agent here, Sean Piskovic? Or the owner, Tina Stewart? I see Tina Stewart there on the WebEx platform. Can you?
Hi, is this? Can you guys hear me? It's Sean here.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Sorry, I hung up by mistake when I was in the meeting room. I pressed the wrong button. My apologies.
Okay.
So, for 108 Louden, Designer Man and Associates, it's me. Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Yep. Okay. So my name is Sean. I'm here on behalf of 108 Louden Avenue for the variance. It's in regards to the front yard encroachment and front yard setback relief. Does anybody want to ask any questions about it? Or do I have to explain it right now?
Okay. Does the committee have any questions on this application? No? Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, moved by Robert, seconded by Nick. All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion carried, application approved.
And just,
Thank you
just
very
to
much.
confirm, sorry, through the chair, just to confirm, there was a proposed condition here.
Okay.
That the proposed development is in accordance with the site plan that was submitted with the application. And there is a proposed note stating that a building permit may be required for this proposal and that the Ontario Building Code regulations are to be followed. Okay?
Yes, we have a permit actually in review right now for the addition itself there on the variance. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, it was pending the approval of this variance obviously here. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. That's it. We can hang up.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
And next, actually, through the chair, I think we are a little bit ahead of schedule. I think the next application is to be heard at 1:55 p.m. So we'll just wait 3 minutes. Thank you. Okay, through the chair, For the previous application we set aside for 10 Fairlon Court, we're just trying to, I believe the agent is now reconnected. Matt, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. Okay, if the committee, through the chair of the committee is okay, we can return to this application. So this is, just give me a moment. Actually, I'll just write this down. Okay, this is, so we're returning to this application. It's a minor variance application. A-25:044, 10 Fairlon Court, Glancaster. So the agent is M. Frater Kangeli, and the owners are S. Colville and T. Barda. And I don't believe we have any registered interested parties for this matter. However, is there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask the agent or applicant, the owner, the applicant or agent to step forward.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Matthew Frederick Kinsley. I am the agent, and my address for the record is 107 Gladstone Avenue in Hamilton, Ontario. And I apologize for the technical difficulties. I was joined via phone and on the computer, so I can see how that could have been confusing.
Okay, welcome to our meeting. Did you have a chance to read the comments that were posted?
Yes, I did read the comments and we were in agreement with everything. I saw that the zoning staff did defer to development engineering and they had no concern as long as we were maintaining the existing drainage pattern, which is what we intend to do and drain the porch roof water straight through the front lawn towards the street as it currently does drain.
Okay, thank you. The committee have any questions? Robert?
Make a motion to approve, including the proposed notes.
Okay, is there a seconder? Nick, all in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion carried, application approved.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then let's return to the next application is a minor variance application, A-25:059, 98 Curran Road, Ancaster. The applicant is Park 8 Incorporated, care of P. Vandenoren, and the owners are K and N Cara. And I believe we do have registered interested parties here. Again, if I mispronounce your name, I apologize in advance. Chris Febrero?
Yep.
You there?
I'm
Okay.
here.
If you could provide your name and address, please.
My name is Chris Febrero. Address is 79 Light Feather Place, really the property directly behind the applicants.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
So our concern with this deck is that the plans show it to be 107 square meters, which is 268% larger than the maximum permitted area. It's quite large considering other properties around the address. And I guess the second variance where it comes too close to the fence line, it does get quite close. And if you look at, I think my wife submitted a written response. On page 3, you can see a photo taken from our yard where I'm not sure if it's visible to you guys. I mean, am I able to share my screen? Would that be visible?
Through the chair, if you want, if the interested party, the resident wanted, I could share my screen. I believe yes, you did provide those pictures. If you want, I'll share them.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, it's on page 3. Yeah, so if you take a look at that, that's the view from our side of the fence, and it's really quite close to the fence line. So, I mean, this primarily results in some privacy concerns for us. Looking at the plans, I don't think that the plans really make an attempt to mitigate this. We have spoken to them, and I mean, to be clear, like, they're very nice people. Like, we're not trying to be difficult. And she did say that they were going to put up privacy screening, but I mean, looking at the plans, which we saw after we had spoken with them, it doesn't really show any kind of privacy screening. It shows glass balustrades. And given how close it is to our yard, we're just worried about how easy it is to look into our yard. And what's not really shown on the plan too is that the patio is, and maybe it was part of a separate permit application, but the patio is completely concrete. The concrete goes almost right up to the fence line. This doesn't really give us a lot of room. Well, doesn't really give them a lot of room to plant any kind of naturalized barriers, such as trees or anything which would interrupt the sight line between the two properties. And additionally, there is a large patio, again, not covered in the permit application, which when you're standing on it, I mean, they can look directly into our yard. So it probably goes up to mid-chest height as they're standing on the patio. They can just, it's a little bit awkward for us. So yeah, we don't really see anything done to mitigate that. Yeah, go to page 3 there. So that's the corner of their deck. Yeah, that's the corner of their deck. That's page 4. Go to page 3, if you can, please. Yeah. Yeah, so near the bottom of that photo, you can see the edge of their deck coming up to our fence. So standing on that, I mean, there's not a lot of privacy for us. So we don't necessarily have an issue with the deck. We just have an issue with the size of it. Anything else you want to say?
Property.
Oh yeah, we were talking to a real estate agent just given its size, and she was saying that given that a deck that size, we were worried that it will affect our property value because of how close it is, and given how our property is somewhat similar to theirs. We don't have a walkout basement, but our main level is elevated. So if you look outside of our window, what we see is just a very large deck. So yeah, for future property value, we're in talking with the real estate agent, we're a little bit concerned about how that's going to affect us.
And we should make this.
Yeah, I did. So that's all I have to present today.
Okay, thank you. We did have another interested party, Kate Fabrero.
Oh, yes, sorry, that's just my wife.
Sorry, that's just me. I'm just with, my husband's covered everything. I think he just included my name in case there was something extra to say. I think for us, again, it's just, in talking to the real estate agent that we're really concerned that we spent a lot of money on this house and now the property value, I'm told, would be impacted by the size of this deck and the privacy concerns. So that's our biggest concern. We just like to see if, some mitigation can be done, or the deck is decreased in size away from the fence lines in both directions, just to allow us to have our privacy back. Yeah. And yeah, I mean, in addition, the concrete retaining wall they put in last summer comes halfway up our fence line as well. So when they're sitting on there, they're looking right into our yard again. So we just have very little privacy now since last summer, since this was started. So that's our biggest concern, is our property value and just our overall privacy for our family. Again, great people. We have no concerns with that. Just love some more privacy. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Was there any other members of the public who wanted to speak on this application? Okay, please step forward.
Good afternoon. My name is Mike Gustin. I live at 83 Light Feather Place, right next to Chris and Kate. Justin, I've got a couple photos from my yard. Can I share them or for reference or?
Through the chair, we don't have, I don't know if we have that equipment. We typically, we
Can I
do
email it
request.
to you and you can share them, or is that possible? Like, have we got enough time, or like, it'll take 2 seconds, or?
Do you have it in an email or?
I can send it.
Yeah. Okay, again, just to the members of the public, just letting you know, it's always preferable at least a day or so.
Yeah,
before
you know what, I've got, I didn't realize that the application, the comments and all that were online until Tuesday, so I only had yesterday to review this, so I apologize. If it's possible, I can submit them.
Oh, okay, through the chair, if you could just, if you could just send it to COFA@hamilton.ca.
Sorry. C, sorry, say that again?
COFA@hamilton.ca.
Okay. Okay. It'll take 2 seconds. Sorry about that. I apologize. Oh no, oh dear. Oh dear, where's the third one? Right here. Okay, add, keep original size, and they're sent. Oh, I did put a subject to it, but you'll receive it shortly.
That's fine.
Okay. So as I just got these details Tuesday, I only had yesterday to review them. Hopefully I represent the comments and the details correctly. So to support Chris and Kate next door, it impacts their property quite a bit, as the structure is very towering. Because of the increase in size and the reduced setback to the rear property line. It impacts me as well. Similarly, there's a bit of a taper in their rear yard that lessens that setback, or sorry, increases that setback on the portion that backs onto my yard. So it's less of an impact, but still an impact. If I go to the site plan, the 2 rear corners of the deck that they're proposing, or it's already up. One corner is 4.8 meters, the other is 6.5. What's permitted is 7.5. As Chris mentioned, my home has a basement walkout condition. The applicant's home has a basement walkout condition. So obviously all the homes are elevated slightly. It just compounds that overlook and privacy issue, the overlook issue and the privacy issue. As the deck height here is, I think, 9.6 feet, as in the plans, with slope and stuff, like they're about 4 feet above the fence line. Fence line 6 feet, roughly. So this creates a significant overlook situation and privacy issue in both of our yards. Mostly in theirs, it does in mine as well. So if someone were sitting or standing on the edge of the deck, they're directly looking into both of our yards. I'd like to point out as well, as noticed in the application, that I believe it's a little misleading, or incomplete, actually. The variance requests 107.2 square meters, where a 40 square meter deck is allowed. And the plans only show a deck size of 71.6 square meters. There's no plans for the additional 35.6 square meters. Where are the plans for that? There are none. So I'm concerned about that. It just shows the wooden deck partially covered. I went through the comments for the staff comments. Page 2. Page 2 of the staff comments indicates the intent of the provision is to ensure adequate drainage is accommodated on the subject property, as decks are not subject to lot coverage provisions of the zoning bylaw. Development planning defers any drainage or grading concerns to development engineering. I tried reaching out to development engineering. I haven't heard back. I spoke to Justin yesterday. He couldn't comment because I needed some particulars about lot coverage and hard surface coverage and stuff like that. So if I go to page 4, the comments from development engineering are providing the existing drainage pattern is maintained. Development engineering has no comment or objection to the minor variance, which I understand because the drawings that were submitted only show a wooden deck. They don't show the additional 35.6 square meters. So it's a wooden deck. If you look at the site plan, it indicates that there should be a swale in the middle of the yard. It kind of goes from the, what would that be? The east side portion of the yard, down the side of the house, and then continues down the center of the property. Well, that if you look at the pictures I sent, if they're available.
Sorry, just, I've been putting them up.
Yeah. So the one basically from overhead. So it would have been the third one, maybe? Yeah, that's from an upstairs bedroom. It's obvious they've eliminated the swale and concreted the entire backyard. So that's why I was trying to get a hold of development engineering to look at what hard surface coverage requirements were required of them for setbacks, for lot coverage, for landscape requirements. The only thing I could find online was R4 zoning requires 25% landscape coverage, and they've eliminated all of that. They've got probably the entire property probably has 2 or 3% of landscape area available, and that's just a thin portion along the perimeter of the rear yard there, which is approximately a foot or so. So ultimately, they've cut into the profile of their perimeter drain on the on their lot, significantly lowering the swale condition and increasing the load. And ultimately, bottom line is that they're mitigating their water from the roof leaders. It's just a sheeting action to the rear property line, basically, which that shed is mine. Next door is the corner of Chris's deck. So all that water is basically just sheet draining to the rear property line. The submission of the architect, in that picture as well, on the, what would that be, the west portion, which would be the left side, Chris was talking about a retaining wall and patio area that was added. There used to be a slope there that was part of the swale, so that their property drained into that swale to the rear of their yard. They've eliminated that slope, added a retaining wall, and then those patio sections there. That's definitely a concern for their privacy, not so much as mine, because I'm a little further away. So with that sheet drainage issue, the landscape area or the grass or whatever has no, has been eliminated. So that filtering of water and all that stuff is eliminated. It's 100% to the lot line, to the perimeter. If you look at the drawings and the comments, I don't know exactly which, it was on the staff comments. The order to comply was issued on October 25th, and the submitted drawings for the site plan from the engineer were dated 24/10/01, which is November 1st, and they don't indicate any of that retaining wall or patio area there, and I'm assuming that's the additional 35.2 square meters. Now, to mitigate the overlook issue, like I said, and Chris said, if they created a natural barrier, some trees or whatever, it'd take time to grow, but they've eliminated that because it's all concrete. So it's not even an option at this point right now. So I'd like to oppose granting the variance. preferably I'd like to see the 7.5 meters maintained.
You listen to everything
back
else.
to the rear yard. And if they can stay within that 40 square meters inside that, that'd be great.
Okay, thank you for your comments.
And again, other parties on the WebEx portal, please stay on mute until your application is called. And also turn off your video, please. Was there any other members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay. Was there any?
No questions, no comments? Questions?
No.
Good?
Okay, thank you. Okay. If there isn't any other persons who wish to speak, then I'll ask the applicant or agent to please step forward.
Hi there, my name is Pete. I'm from Park 8. We represent the owner of this property. We've read the staff comments and agree with their position to support. Now, I understand being here in response to an order to comply is not ideal and not our intention. I did notice that there's this number of a size of a deck that people keep saying that's 107 point something. That's not accurate. On the site plan that everybody has in front of them, if I could guide your eye there and perhaps share my screen as well thereafter, but on the site plan, it says proposed wood deck total. So that means the non-covered and covered is 71.6. Now, this owner is a larger lot. It's an oversized lot. Proportionally, the allowable deck, so it's important to keep in mind that a deck is allowed. This house originally had a deck. The proportion is 40%, no, 40 meters squared. Proportionally, we're still under what we're proposing for a size if we scale up. So like our lot is 58% larger than the minimum lot size, and the proposed deck at 71.6 meters is 56. So we're under allowable by zone. On the site plan, which you can find on A0.0, there is a light dash line that projects from what looks like a bay window. It's like a little bump out with a door in it. That was the existing deck. So actually some of the comments and some photos that were shared earlier, I have also, so I'll share with those as well. But just keep in mind, like our application is for the deck. I'm not aware of the extent of, say, concrete thereafter. The minor variance is in response to an order to comply. We're following the process to get this rectified to work forward. It seems that they're partway through construction, so they haven't had an opportunity to address privacy screens or anything. There's no guards on, from what I can tell there. And the previous public comments are correct. It's mixed community of basements and walkouts. If I may share my screen, can I?
Yes, through the chair, was there something specific you wanted to share? Okay, let me see if I can,
Just let me know if you're seeing it. I don't want to cut off any comments from the chair.
okay, just see if you can share your screen now.
Do you see a site plan?
Not yet.
No.
Now?
Yes.
Great. So they're correct. The shape of the lot kind of has this projection to it. Homes that are to the left, more the pointy end of the lot, they are basement walkouts. A little bit to the right, which I believe is one of the public members, they live somewhere to that side. So the elevation of like a walkout versus ground floor, their elevations and their concerns of overlook, I mean, if it's based on the existing height of floors within the home, that's not really changeable. There is a significant swale, correct, on this lot, which you can tell actually with the this 3D that we've offered. So you can tell the stair, it's got a bit of a run before it goes up to the deck. And there's the total, for example, that I was saying, 71.6 meters. We're not 107. That's a wild number. If I may share, so this is a photo looking from said deck out. So you can see that there's a variety of walkouts. You can also see that each of the neighbors, like, they're taking their own approach to incorporating some privacy. Like there's screens or there's curtains being used, different applications, right? And that's understandable. I think privacy is desirable either way. And this owner's open to it, absolutely. And their intent is to respond to it, work with a neighbor to resolve. Keep in mind, right, like where they're standing on this situation, that's where that deck existed. It is larger. So photo 3, the neighbor had offered, this is looking from their side over to the property. So that's the bump out I was speaking to, where their existing deck was. So the concern of like an overlook would not have changed even if they hadn't done any work at all to their deck. You're still at the same elevation. And there's some trees right here already. You give them a year or two and they will help. I'm not looking for excuses. I think that it's okay to support different options of screening. And I think that's what the owner's intention is as well. Yeah, I believe I've captured what I was hoping to speak to. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them further than that. I'll stop sharing.
Yes, I'm looking for the swale that's on that property. In variance 1, it says the intent is to ensure adequate drainage is accommodated on the subject property. So whereabouts is that drainage on the property?
And that's fair. I mean, I'm seeing the photo that the member of the public has offered, and I appreciate that. I was not aware of that. It didn't exist when we came to the site. So this minor variance is, again, in response to an order to comply for the deck. So that's how we applied for the deck. I can't speak to the concrete.
But in your variance, in the first variance, the staff has said that the intent of this provision is to ensure adequate drainage. So that's part of the requirement for the variance, is to have approval, is to have the adequate drainage. Also, in my application here, it has a maximum deck area of 107.2 square meters. Now you're saying that it's not that much. So is that an error, that it should be changed to 70 or 60, what was it, 71 square meters?
That's correct. I'm not sure why that was said that way. Like the site plan says total 71.6. The site statistics on the bottom say 71.6. That's represented on lot coverage summary as well. So it's on this site plan a number of times. I think that was perhaps an oversight in the comment, and I wish I had received those comments prior, so at least I could have spoken to them. I suspect that 71.6 plus the proposed porch, which we separate so that you can understand for pricing, for applications for permit. I suspect those two were added rather than read as total.
Okay. So can you address the situation with the drainage that's required?
Well, I'm not sure that I can, because I'm not sure if there are slopes integrated into the concrete, but concrete is a hard surface, right? So that becomes difficult. But again, this application was for the deck itself. I was not aware of that.
Okay, but that is part of the application for the deck, or the requirements for the deck. Okay, thank you.
Nick?
Just looking at this application, hearing the presentations of various comments, I don't see any reasonable grounds for denying this application. The deck is built, staff approve it, and so I'd like to make a motion to approve this application. with the conditions and notes. Yeah.
Just a comment. I don't know, there's a lot of things going on here, and if I'm listening to the contractor here, he was doing the deck. Now, where all the extra concrete came from in the backyard is another matter, but it's still part and parcel of the whole development in the backyard. Like, the swale that is shown on the site plan, it obviously is not there because of all the concrete, which obviously affects the water drainage, et cetera, et cetera. And given that there's a few things here, in my opinion, that don't add up, I would make a motion. I was going to suggest.
There's a motion.
I know you haven't, hang on a second. I was going to suggest to table it, to let the contractor and the owner get back with the staff to solve all these things. There's just too many, unless I'm missing something here, how he got a building permit for this and everything else included in it, and why is it coming up now for the setbacks?
Okay.
So that's my comment.
So point of order, we do have a motion on the floor. Is there a seconder for that motion? Okay, I don't see a seconder for the motion. So I'll open the floor again for a new motion.
I'd like to make a motion that we have this tabled, have the contractor get in charge, get in touch with the planning department, or the staff, and get this sorted out. Like it's a building deck that's been built. Was there a permit? What did the permit cover? And then also look at the other variables of the landscape percentage, because obviously that's been thrown out the window since there is no landscaping in the backyard with all the concretes that's there. I think that is the only fair way to all the neighbors, to the contractor and the owner, to sort it out and get it taken care of that way.
So there's a motion on the floor to table. Is there a seconder? Donna? All in favor of table? Opposed? One opposed? Okay. So that motion is carried and application is tabled.
Thank you. And just through the chair to the interested parties, as the application's been tabled, once there's any additional updates relating to the application, they will be notified as well. Thank you. Moving on, we have a minor variance application. It is A-25:057, 59 Princess Street, Hamilton. The agent is C. McPhail. The applicant is Charles Lindsay and Associates, and the owner is L. DiVincenzo. And I do not believe we have any registered interested parties for this matter. However, is there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Seeing none, I will ask the applicant or agent to step forward, please.
Good afternoon, committee. My name is Charles McPhail. I'm here as the agent representing the owner, who I see up on the board there. My client, this owner, purchased this property in 2020 and has subsequently been served with an order to comply for work that we believe was completed in around 2016. This work was all exterior work and included landscaping and flat work in the front yard, in where the existing gardens were removed, and essentially the front yard was converted to driveway concrete. Because of this, it's resulted in a title insurance claim. That's why we're here today, to get some resolution to this scenario. I've done a walk through this neighborhood. This neighborhood, it consists of a wide range, types of buildings, uses, commercial, residential, industrial even, given the location of the property. If you walk these streets, side streets, neighborhood, blocks around it, you'll find varying front yard conditions. Everything from front yards that are completely soft-scaped with grass, gardens, and trees, and everything in between to fully pavement-covered auto salvage body yards within a block of this house. So there really is no, there's no common ground, if you'd say, for how this neighborhood is laid out and presented as far as the makeup of these lots. One saving grace to this particular street, though, is that there is a grass boulevard that's provided between the property sidewalk and the street. There are trees, there is soft landscaping, which I feel does provide that sort of sense of softscape and community that I believe is what a lot of the concerns that the city had in their review. It would go to satisfying a lot of those official plan policies that unfortunately we don't necessarily strictly conform with at the moment. We sort of are in this scenario of what we have is what we have. We've been presented with this problem by a previous homeowner. And like I said, we're here just trying to rectify it and make it proper and get everyone on board with how this house fronts the street and how it's presented to the neighborhood. So if there's any questions, I'd be happy to entertain those and have a discussion about this particular lot.
Yep. Does the planning department have any information on this to give us an idea of what your idea?
Through the chair, if you mean if we can confirm when the parking was installed, the only thing we have to go on is images from Google, and we can go back in time. And in 2015, it does appear that there was one parking space, or the driveway was wide enough for about one car, and then the other half of the property was grassed with a little fence, and it does look like there were a couple trees providing some landscape and shading to the front of this particular home. So we can confirm, between, I guess, 2015 and 2016, the work was in fact completed. Aside from that, I can answer other questions if you have that.
Okay, thanks.
Anyone else? Robert?
Obviously, they're looking for the city's looking for the landscaping portion for the frontage. I think it was 50% of the frontage. How far back would that go, since this house is? Would it be to the existing houses on the side, on either side, or down the bowling alley?
Through the chair, it's my understanding that it is calculated per lot, so it doesn't necessarily take into consideration where the houses are next door, but the lot itself. So because this house is set back particularly further, you could have a long, narrow driveway, and then you can have a long, narrow, like half of the front can be, a long, narrow driveway, and the other half would be a long, narrow landscaped area.
The other question is, with the driveway cut to the curb on the boulevard, that's not mentioned obviously in the variance, but would that have been approved way back when, in 2015, 16, or is that subject to review also?
So through the chair, looking at the historical photos, again, the curb cut has remained the same width to the road. So there has not been approval to widen the driveway per se. The curb cut hasn't been approved for that. That work has not been completed. So I don't want there to be a misunderstanding that, you know, the homeowner has also widened the curb cut. They're using the existing curb cut that was there. They've just widened the concrete in the front yard.
Anyone else? Motion?
To the staff, how, I know it's 50%, but what would a variance be, like 30%? Or would it just be on a individual basis?
So through the chair, we evaluate that based on an individual case-by-case basis. I think there was another application on today's agenda that was requesting a reduced landscape space in the front yard. That one was evaluated based on the conditions, you know, sort of out front of that particular home and the surrounding area. So we do evaluate them individually. I think in the comments that we provided, we did identify that this house in particular, you know, is a bit different on the street. It was set back further. We did look at those types of considerations. However, it was our opinion that because of these particular circumstances as well, that additional landscaping could be provided in this instance. I can appreciate the history and that, you know, we're trying to rectify an issue here, but supporting 100% concrete in the front, in my professional opinion, is not acceptable. And, you know, we're happy to work with the applicant to see what that, happy medium is. But in our opinion, something has to happen here so that this can be a little bit more in line with the intent of the official plan and the zoning bylaw, and, you know, is this appropriate for the neighborhood and is it minor? So the 4 tests that we talk about every meeting.
Would you be willing to work with the city to look at something like that?
Yes, for sure. As part of this process, insurance claim, this is the first avenue we have to take to rectify what's there. But if planning is willing to work with us and continue discussions to come up with an amicable scenario, then yes, I'm more than happy to propose tabling this application to work
Okay,
farther
so
with them.
you'd be willing to table?
For sure.
Okay, so on that, I put a motion forward to table the application.
Okay, is there a seconder? Nick, all in favor? Opposed? Seeing none? Motion carried, application tabled.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Moving on, we have a minor variance application. A-25:047, 46 Shakespeare Road, Flamborough. Agent is C. McPhail. Applicant is Charles Lindsay and Associates. Owner is L. DiVincenzo. I do not believe we have any registered interested parties. However, is there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent to step forward.
Agent for this particular minor variance as well. This one would be a new construction that's being proposed in the rear yard of an existing dwelling. Home recently constructed. Now the owners are looking to start with landscaping in their backyard by means of pool, hardscape, softscape, associated buildings, and sort of amenities for their dwelling. Part of that is this pool house that we have proposed, slightly exceeding maximum height. And due to an already existing accessory structure on the property, exceeding total gross allowable floor area for detached accessory buildings. I have read all of the staff comments. They are favorable. We are in agreement with everything they've mentioned, specifically where they're discussing that although these variances may seem large, And compared to the requirements, what is proposed is definitely smaller in scale and built form than the existing dwelling and is suitable for this particular lot. Happy to entertain any comments or questions.
Okay, does the committee have any questions on this application? Robert?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the variances with the proposed notes.
Okay, is there a seconder? Mel? All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion carried, application approved.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, we did have a scheduled break at this time, but we are, I think we're a little bit behind schedule. Did we want to take a break at this time? I'm just wondering how long.
10?
10 minutes? Okay, so it's currently 2:40 PM, so we'll reconvene at around 2:50 PM, okay? So we'll take a break now. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, sorry, through the chair, it is 2:50 PM, so we're resuming the hearing now. So next we have a minor variance application, A-25:048, 26 Princess Street, Dundas. The applicant is Park 8 Incorporated, P.E. Vandenaren, and the owner is M&S Dunn Dooley. And I don't believe we have any registered interested parties. Is there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent to step forward, please.
My name is Pete from Park 8. We're the agent representing the owner. We have read staff and public comments and are in agreement with staff's suggestion to support, along with the minor clarification of the eave dimension versus the post dimension for the proposed carport. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, committee?
To staff, you're okay with that change of the, from 0.76 to 1.2 is okay with that?
Through the chair to the committee member, we're supportive of the revised variance to 0.76 meters. The northerly side yard setback.
Yep. In that case, I will make a motion to approve this application.
Okay, is there a seconder? Donna, all in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion carried, application approved.
Apologies, who seconded that motion? Apologize.
I did.
Oh, thank you. And yeah, just to reiterate, yeah, it was approved with the revised variance number 1 and with the proposed condition. Okay, and there's also the proposed note as well. Building permit may be required and that Ontario Building Code regulations have to be followed. And there's the acknowledgement note that there's possible archaeological potential on the subject property. Okay, all right, moving on. We have a minor variance application, A-25:052, 23 Gulfview Crescent, Dundas. Agent is the Deck Yard, S. Allen, and the applicant is J. Waxman. Sorry, yes, 23 Gulfview Crescent, Dundas. A-25:052. I don't believe we have any registered interested parties. However, is there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I will ask applicant or agent, please step forward.
Alan, the homeowners.
Welcome back.
I've reviewed all of the comments, so I just have some notes mostly about the third variance that the staff are saying to deny. I just want to put some points forward towards that. So the current deck is, I believe, 1.3 meters from the rear lot line. And the customer is just looking to have a more usable space. That current deck is only about 8 feet in width. So it's at the back of the pool, and they just want to increase it and to follow along the back property line because it's at a bit of an angle now. So we're increasing it from 8 feet to 10'6" at one side and 15 feet at the other, but maintaining the same rear setback, which we have proposed at 0.6 meters, which is an encroachment of 6.9 into the 7.5 required. Again, it's just to create a nice usable space around the pool there. I know the main issue that staff were having about this particular spot being so close to the rear fence line is access to maintain the back of the property. there is a very drastic slope at the back of the property, and the customer has been waiting a while to have this whole thing addressed because the city is, in the next couple months, fixing the retaining wall on their side of the easement and where the walkway is at the side of the property. So they're fixing that. I've been told that the homeowner got notice from the city that that part of the retaining wall would be fixed in the next couple months so that the homeowner can then repair their section of their retaining wall that needs to be fixed. But in regards to accessing that back section of the yard, the deck is really like a high deck at that point when you're back there. So, which is why we have proposed the steps that will go down towards the back of the yard. And then when you're back there, the deck beams are really like a 7-foot clearance. So you would be able to walk around kind of like underneath the deck and just avoiding the posts to get in there for maintenance. And I know the landscaper that is doing all this work, I've worked with him many times, and it will make sure that the whole drainage and everything going on at the back of the property there is maintained underneath that deck portion, and looking to move it to more of a low maintenance area so they don't have to get a lawnmower back there. I know there's also was brought up issues about the site from the rear property line, maybe regarding privacy. It does back onto a street, really kind of a dead-end street at the other end, and the deck wouldn't overlook someone's lawn or someone's backyard directly. And we are proposing like privacy screens. There are existing privacy screens on the deck that's currently there, so we're just trying to keep that design with just a new updated deck and new privacy screens so that when they're on their deck there really wouldn't be a lookout over onto just the adjacent street that backs onto it at the back.
Committee, questions? Robert?
It was an interesting trip yesterday or the day before to the property, but there's been a few things outlined by the staff, and one of them was access for maintenance and the stormwater drainage. Good news is just outside the property line in that, whatever you want to call that area from the townhouses, there's a storm sewer right there. So that'll take care of any moisture running off the back end. And I really can appreciate the owners trying to maximize the use of their whole yard, because off the back of the pool, there's about a 10 to 11 foot grade drop to the back property line. And technically it's wasted. So building the deck out really solves that problem. They have more usable place. As for the setback to the rear property line, it's, I think the application quotes at 0.61. I don't have an issue with that because of what's behind. There's no need to have, there's plenty of access on the other side of the property line. And underneath, you have access under the deck, so that's the good side. There is no neighbors to bother because the townhouse is a good distance away, and the cul-de-sac that's there. The walkway along the property to the right of the property is city-owned, and I know the owner has some challenges trying to get that restored. And again, there's the neighbors on the far side over there, so there's no issues with them. But one question that did come up is the shed, as it's shown on the drawings. But if you look at the elevations, there's no walls, correct? No, there's a guardrail around, but it's, to me, a shed is 4 walls and a roof.
No, it's more just like a roof, like a pool cabana, like it's an open, so it's not an enclosed shed, it's just like an open.
I just wanted to clarify that because at first looked at it, I went, but then I went further, dug into it and found out that it's more of an open, it's an enclosed area with the fence around it with a roof over top. Great place to put a barbecue or whatever. So going through all that, I know the staff comments come back not exactly in favor of everything, but given the site visit that I did, everything that's proposed here makes a lot of sense. There's no height elevations. Because my concern was at one point, how do you measure the height of the shed from grade?
Right.
Well, is it the deck or is it,
Is it the front or the back?
or is it down below, right? So at the end of the day, I think it's a good fit for the development of the rear of that property to make the family able to enjoy their backyard and their pool, et cetera, et cetera. And I think overall it's a good proposal for them.
Thank you.
So on that note, I'd like to make a motion to approve all the variances.
Okay, is there a
As submitted.
seconder? Mel?
Yeah, I made a site visit there too, and I'll second that.
Okay, all in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion carried, application approved.
Thanks so much for your time today.
Okay, moving on, we have a minor variance application, A-24:238, 5 Cummingsville Drive, Flamborough. Applicant is M. Ribaud, and the owner is K. Emery.
Good afternoon, committee
not-
members.
Oh, sorry, if you could just go back on mute, please. I don't believe we have any registered interested parties. Is there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent to please step forward.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Matthew Rebo, prospective views at 5359 Timberview Boulevard, Mississauga. I'm the agent representing the owners at 5 Cummingsville Drive. I'm under the weather today and I have a staff report, as well as no objections. So I'll keep this short. We were here before on November 26, 2024, originally asking for approval for similar variances to approve an ADU. However, we tabled the application to try to work out an engineered solution with planning staff regarding the property being too small to adequately enlarge the septic system. The owners currently use the space as recreational space and was always intending to continue to use it for recreational space. You can see the proposed plans now illustrate a golf simulator that they wish to install. So I'll note a couple more points. Regarding the height, it's a ravine lot, sets back, it slopes down quite substantially, and the roof is, I think, very close. The top ridge of the proposed roof, I believe, is lower than the finished first floor of the dwelling. What else can I say? Planning staff do support our application as it is revised, as we're not proposing to install additional plumbing, therefore do not need to increase the existing septic system. So thank you for your time this afternoon. I'm going to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, committee?
I know this application came up previously and we had it tabled. You've done a great job to satisfy the issues we had previously. I hope his wife doesn't mind the man cave upstairs. But it would have been impossible with the septic system to have a kitchen and washrooms there, as we all know. So on that note, make a motion to approve with the proposed notes as required.
Okay, is there a seconder? Nick, all in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion carried, application approved.
Thank you, committee.
Okay, moving on, we have a minor variance application. A-25:056, 1322 King Street, East Hamilton. Agent is A.J. Clark and Associates, M. Bofer, I apologize if I mispronounce your name. Applicant is A. Jane and E. Levy, or A. Levy, and the owner is 1322 King Incorporated, L. Phillip. I don't believe we have any registered interested parties. However, is there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, please step forward.
Nice to be working with Dave again. Pleasant surprise. Committee, Mr. Chair and committee, thank you. It's good to see you again, and city staff as well. It's nice to see, and some of my own friends from outside planning firms as well. What do I have, 5 minutes?
Yeah, can you give your name and address, please?
Yes, sir. Jason Farr, Rossay Avenue, Hamilton, Ontario. L8M 3G1.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I am here as a neighbor, the Farr family represented. I've been in this community over 2 decades, and I know well the history of the building. It has definitely seen better days. Most of you may know that. We've had a recent fire, well-documented long-term care facility pandemic tragedy that rivaled any in Ontario, and now just another boarded-up building, and has been so for a number of years. So today, before COA is one variance that can bring this building back to the neighborhood soon, if approved today, this one variance. For my family and for those that I've spoken with in the neighborhood, it's a slam dunk. That would be a welcome improvement. Not surprised to see only one public communication, unless that's changed for today, and that was generally for clarity. Good questions there. If there were objections, this neighborhood would let you know about it. This is an informed neighborhood. When Council's encampment protocol, as an example, jumped the shark in tolerating the 24-hour mayhem at Delta Parkette and Gage Park, neighbors assembled. They submitted a 2,000 name petition, thereabouts. They delegated to council with pleas to fix the mess, and about a month later, the protocol to dismantle citywide was on, and proper housing of the houseless was on with this council, commending them for that. Today, you're contemplating the fate of one boarded-up building along this Ward 3 corridor. This is an opportunity to change course in one spot that's iconic on our Hamilton map, where King and Main intersect next to our coveted citywide park on the LRT corridor, and what's not mentioned, at an LRT stop, essentially. We praised our mayor's comments this week on my TV podcast, and she rightly is vowing to pounce on LRT as a federal infrastructure priority. There's many council priorities that this project achieves, in my humble opinion. The prevailing council priority, of course, is housing, and council has invested hundreds of millions of local tax dollars toward housing this term. This application indicates, quote, at or below market, considerably more affordable than the single detached dwellings that predominate the surrounding neighborhood, end quote. This meets, I believe, a lot of affordability goals, and in UHOP especially, where we're trying to diversify our housing stock. I'd like to commend AJ Clark for a moment as a counselor for downtown. 12 years. This was a planning firm I always liked seeing attached to a file during the Renaissance. Today, they point out that the permitted, quote, retirement home, quote, use currently in our zoning bylaw, quote, shall mean a multiple dwelling, end quote. They've done a good job pointing out that, save for the building department inspection of interior plumbing, there's no real change you're looking at here. I apologize, folks, my cursor's finicky. No structural alterations to the building. We're preserving the historical facade I can see in this report. No additions, up, down, sideways. Just working on the inside of this, quote, legal non-conforming structure, end quote, and as AJ Clark says. Same unit count, parking's fine. They're even suggesting a condition that maintains all of this with your approval, thus preserving what we as neighbors have appreciated very much. Now back to the LRT real quick. This and previous councils have focused on ensuring affordability among the expected thousands of units spanning the 14-kilometer LRT run. What's before us would be celebrated as meeting that focus. As LRT progresses, we are harder pressed to find new units proposed at or below market. That's prime real estate along any higher order transit line, and especially at the stops. And this is the poster child for our approved TOC policy, transit-oriented corridor planning. With the proximity to the LRT line and the LRT stop and the by far most active current bus route in Hamilton. Talks are integral to Hamilton's council-approved plan to align land use with transportation planning. It's a vibrant, walkable community that we're looking for in this planning, and efficient transit to go with it. Staff's recommendation is for denial based on a need for a zoning bylaw amendment, understandable. a long, drawn-out, expensive option at a time of an affordability crisis, which is also recognized unanimously by council. So this conversion seeks the same number of units historically while answering a plethora of current council calls. It was a different time since the zoning bylaw was established, respecting planning staff's one objection, and I mean that, I respect it. I'd highlight this opportunity benefiting both the immediate neighborhood and those many council objectives noted so far. Your report does conclude this proposal meets the intent of UHOP. Cultural heritage is cool. Development engineering and building engineering are fine, providing, of course, and as I think I mentioned before, that the building code is respected, and I'm sure it will. Transportation planning is cool, and it appears most of my neighbors are also cool. No negative comments, virtually impossible in my eyes to find a downside. Two final quick council priorities that hopefully help offset the staff denial based on the zoning bylaw. And AJ Clark argues that better than me. And it's essentially met anyway, as I noted. Among City Council's 2022-2026 priorities is a focus on creating safe and thriving neighborhoods, which include increasing housing units and reducing homelessness. To this end, and specific to my great neighborhood, and blended into another and final council priority that I'll mention, is the council's age-friendly plan. And I hope you'll consider, and this is not part of the information before you, the generational family makeup in Delta West is predominantly getting older and older. And sure, we have our fair share of savvy hipsters, but there are also plenty of seniors and seniors who live in great neighborhoods like to age in place. So when it's time to sell the house and, pardon me, downsize, they look nearby first. This proposal is the perfect option, where that option is currently severely limited. It's affordable, close to friends and businesses they've interacted with for a lifetime, and with the added bonus of no lawn to cut. I believe we may safely respond positively to Council's age-friendly Hamilton plan in, quote, addressing the needs of older adults by promoting affordable, accessible, and safe housing options, as the plan obviously demands. So I'm respectfully requesting, in closing, as a local resident about a tree-lined block away from 1322 King Street East, that this committee make a decision here today that results in this neighborhood building going from boarded up to 62 units loaded up with new friends and neighbors. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, committee. My name is David Serwadik. I'm here on behalf of some of the businesses and some past history to that property. First of all, I'd like to say my family used to have the property across the street, 1124 King Street, Main Street, sorry, which was now No Frills, the Dollarama. It used to be Delta Bingo. Back in the day, we knew the property very well. So I've got to be some close relationships with a lot of businesses in the area. And, you know, I had a chance to talk to a lot of the businesses, and I was able to talk to the owners and kind of mediate between the two. I found that you would have seen a letter of support there from the businesses that was submitted, that they are all, you know, favorable to new people, new blood. You know, businesses are, you know, hard to come by nowadays to make success. And you see a lot of them going downhill, restaurants and so forth. Regeneration of the area of younger people coming in and spending money is a blessing for the area. So this project is on a TOC, it's a transit-oriented corridor. And these units here are, after speaking with the owner, are bachelor units. They're single units. They're meant to be for non-vehicle LRT bus route working individuals. Before, if you don't know the property, back in 2020, it was a seniors residence and it closed down. And in 2022, there was a fire and ruined the insides. And there's been many camp across the street of homeless people living, coming in there, and it's been deserted for a while. And when it was a seniors residence, there were issues. There was a lot of traffic going through there, a lot of deliveries, staff parking, visitor parking, and so forth. This will be eliminated through the bachelor residences. So as you see, this project is well welcomed. After speaking to the owners, they chose to go this route simply because I guess the zoning amendment is a year later and $100,000 later. It's a project worth walking away from. So they want to speed up this process, and hopefully the committee will see the advantage to 62 for 62, basically no change. So I'd just like to conclude that this variance here is all within the power of the Committee of Adjustments to approve, and we look for your support on today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any further comments? No?
Hi, good afternoon. Veteran Jokic, 10 Roslyn Avenue South, Hamilton. I just had a few comments about the former Roslyn. Over the last 5 years, our neighborhood has seen an increase in crime and rampant drug use. This escalated greatly with the encampments in Gage Park and the Delta Parquet. During these years, this retirement home was evacuated due to COVID and left abandoned. There have been over 20 break-ins and a significant fire lit inside the building. There has been very little maintenance and security around the building over these years. These events have caused a lot of stress in our community, and we have just begun to feel a little better now that the encampments have been removed. We are now informed that the retirement home will be converted into 62 individual units for essentially low income. The concern is that this building will not cater to families due to the size of the units, but will likely be single males of low income. We would like to know who are the intended residents of this newly renovated place. Recovering addicts with mental health issues, a boarding house, a halfway house. These are safety issues for us and our community. On top of that, each unit, which currently now does not have a kitchen in it, will be renovated to have a kitchen, and that's a concern for many reasons. We're directly beside the building. We have about 20 units directly facing our residents within 2 feet of our house. There's not very much distance. I'm not sure what the fire codes are for that. There are currently no steel shutters in place to prevent the fire from spreading if something did break out. And it's hard to comprehend how this extension was allowed to be built in the first place, with the windows looking directly into our current residents. Lastly, some people have talked about the parking. I'm just curious, is there going to be an employees or staff on site to maintain the building? Where will they park? There's not a lot of parking on the actual property. I think street parking is very limited. And I think that would cause a lot of, like when the retirement home was open, that was causing some congestion within the area as well, especially on our street on Roslyn. So those are some questions I want to propose to the committee.
Thank you. Could you repeat your name and address, please?
Sure. Vedran Jokic.
Sorry, Joe. Your first name? Yeah.
You want to spell it, or Vedran? V-E-D.
Vedran? Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Vedran. Yeah. And your last name?
Jokic, D-J-O-K-I-C-H.
Okay. And you were at 10 Roslyn?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, and just true to the chair, and thank you to the member of the public for your comments. As the committee is aware, the City of Hamilton, we adhere to the Ontario Human Rights Code, and in that respect, typically, any proposal that is before the committee, things such as gender, in terms of whether it's a male or a female living in the property, that typically is not something that would be considered, just in relation to the Human Rights Code. Thank you.
Okay, committee. Questions?
I'd just like to make a few comments if I could at first. I mean, I think, what we're looking at here is a productive person, productive owner who wants to take a decrepit building and make it into 60 viable dwelling units for our city. It's a community rebuild, I think. Probably be good for the community businesses. So, Mr. Chair, I would like to motion for approval when ready. When ready.
If you want to speak.
Good afternoon, committee members. Just so there's no confusion, I'm the agent on the application. My name is Ryan Ferrari. I'm a registered professional planner. We're the actual agents who submitted the application. And I appreciate the residents for coming out today. I thought there was a motion ready on the floor, but just briefly, I wouldn't mind going over the application with the committee, just to be clear what's being proposed here. Hopefully answer some of the questions that the residents raised. So I believe, Justin, I provided a presentation to you. I have a backup copy if you need it. And
Let me just share my screen.
Okay, go ahead.
Bear with me, please.
Awesome, thank you so much. Okay, so first off, committee members, I'll go through my presentation. I'll try not to repeat what's already been said. I think the first thing I do want to start with is that on behalf of the owners, we would like this committee to make a decision on this application today, one way or another. Next slide, please. So really quickly, as mentioned previously, these lands are the former Roslyn retirement home. They're located nearby Gage Park, where King and Main Street split off. This is just showing the subject lands in red, the proposed LRT in blue. And as was mentioned previously, it's really, really close, probably about 200 meters away from the future Gage Park LRT stop, as well as Gage Park. Go ahead. And then the other thing I think that was important to mention that hasn't been mentioned is we're in a neighborhood that contains a lot of multiple dwellings, apartment buildings that already exist, some more older than others. So the use that we're proposing here is not dissimilar to what already exists in the neighborhood. If we go to the next slide, I'll even note the bottom left corner, 1160 Main Street, that is another AJ Clark project. It's a rental project. It's built and it's operating today. It's right nearby the site. Next slide, please. A couple notes about the existing building. On the top left corner there is the original building. It was actually a church. Based on some of our research that we did, when it was operating as a church, they actually had some residences. This is back a long time ago, but I thought that was important for the committee to note. The bottom is what that building looks like today. That's the first building. And on the top right is what they call the annex that was built in the late 80s as an addition to the retirement home. So like was said previously, the retirement use has since ceased, okay? The zoning of the property is an I2 zone. The reason why it's zoned I2 is because in 2007, when the city went through their exercise to put institutional zones forward throughout the city, they just took a snapshot of what was there. And there was a retirement home back in 2007 here, so it makes sense to zone it I2 for a retirement home. That use has since ceased, okay? And there's no plans for the retirement home to continue, all right? So just getting back to what the purpose of the application is, like for like, this is a conversion from a retirement home to a multiple dwelling. I think there were some points made about what type of use would this be? Would it be a residential care facility? Would it be a long-term care facility? That's not the case. It's just a normal apartment building. Multiple dwelling is what we're proposing, what we're asking this committee to approve today. Next slide, please. Just really quickly, when you propose multiple dwellings, there's certain performance standards that are expected of you. So you have to provide bike parking, both outside and inside, which we can provide and will provide. In terms of actual motor vehicle parking, this committee actually heard an application earlier today, similar situation, where in the lower city, we don't have any parking requirements for residential units anymore. They don't exist, just visitor. There's some existing parking around the building. Those will be intended just for visitor parking spaces, okay? I think what is important for the committee to know is whatever parking spaces are there are legally established. They're there. We're not proposing to change them. I think there was another point about the coming and goings you get with a retirement home, right, with the parking. That's not anticipated to happen here. You don't have the large families coming in groups visiting their elderly folks. We have single occupants of these units, and so we anticipate that parking to be used a lot less. And then just another quick note, garbage pickup will be just like it was with a retirement home. There are 2 refuse containers on the side of the building. That is how the retirement home operated, and that's where the garbage would get picked up. So those are 3 notes I want to make. Just quickly on the next slide. This is a floor plan. This is a typical floor plan of one of the floors of the buildings. I'm not going to go through the whole floor plan with the whole committee, but I just wanted to note for everyone, the 2 areas highlighted in red are areas we can use for indoor amenity space. The retirement home had previous activity areas, and so those activity areas would be converted to amenity space for the residents. They could be a gym. We could also accommodate bike parking in those same spaces. And then just quickly with regard to the units, the way the retirement home operated is that they had a communal kitchen. Because it's a multiple dwelling, we can't have that communal kitchen condition anymore. So what's proposed essentially is just to take the existing units, stick a kitchen in each of them, and have independent kitchen facilities for each of the units and no more communal kitchen, okay? So I just want to make that clear for the committee as well. Next slide, please. The required variance, I don't want to get into it too much. We've asked for 1 variance, and that's simply to permit an apartment building on the site. That's it. But I wanted to point out for the committee what we thought was really interesting when we were doing our research. The definition below is the definition of what is a retirement home, okay? And you see the first line there, this is directly out of the bylaw, shall mean a multiple dwelling with all this other stuff, where people have where there's a communal kitchen. What we're proposing is actually less than a retirement home. It's just a multiple dwelling. If you will, it's a retirement home with less of the frills, okay? So just getting into the staff report a little bit, staff concurred with our opinion that the application does meet the intent of the official plan, but not the other 3 tests, being minor, desirable, and meeting the intent of the bylaw. So given this definition, we penned a letter to the committee. In our opinion, it does meet the intent of the bylaw. The buildings are existing. We're not proposing to expand, alter, make them taller, demolish any portions of the building. So that speaks to the question of minor, is it impactful? And is it desirable for the community? The building's currently vacant. It's used for nothing. So we think that converting it to a multiple dwelling makes total sense. And then just the last slide here. if the committee chooses to approve this application, we'd ask that the committee add one condition, okay? And I won't read the condition verbatim, but you have the wording there. Essentially, what we're saying in that condition is the variance for the multiple dwelling just applies to what's there, okay? So that way, somebody can't come down the road, demolish everything, and put up a tower or something like that. So we want to preserve the existing building, and that condition will do that. So we'd ask if the committee supports this application to approve with this condition. I'm happy to read it out if necessary. Last slide. I think we're at. So we just went over the factors and why we think you should support the application, but I think one of the residents there touched on something important, which was the difference between a zoning bylaw application and this application, right? We're talking, if the committee chooses to support this application, there's a 20-day appeal period, building permits go in, the building department reviews, and construction starts. You have people living here potentially in the fall, okay? Whereas with the zoning application, it takes a lot longer. We have to have a public open house, okay? We have to go to planning committee. We have to prepare potential studies that staff asks for. It goes to planning committee. The application now is about, I calculated before I got here, it's about $53,000 for 60 units in a zoning bylaw amendment application. That doesn't include any reports, doesn't include me getting paid. So what really this application is about, what I'd ask the committee to think about before they vote today, is getting housing units online quicker, okay? That's what this is about. There's no impact on the neighbors. We're having a public meeting. There are no neighbors here necessarily in opposition to the development. We think it makes sense. So with that all said, committee members, I'd ask you to support the application with the condition I posted above. And I'm more than happy to answer any questions if you have any. So thank you.
Committee have any questions? No questions? Nick?
Oh, I don't have questions, just made the comment and the motion when ready. If I could just be referred back to make that motion, but please discuss, yeah.
If there's no questions, I'll accept. Is that a question?
To the staff, in my opinion here, that this minor variance is above the normal work sense that the committee adjustment does. This is not a minor variance changing zoning. And just a quote from the staff, based on the foregoing, staff are in the opinion that the requested variance does not meet the four tests of a minor variance. And I kind of agree with that, since I've been doing this a little bit a while. The zoning bylaw amendment would be the more appropriate Planning Act application and process to consider the conversion of the existing retirement home to a multiple dwelling. Now, I appreciate everybody's comments that the city is trying to get more affordable living space. But at the same token, you can't throw the zoning out just to make it more convenient for everybody. Okay? I know as a developer or an owner, you want to get in, build it, get it done, et cetera. And by the fall, that'd be great, except it doesn't meet the requirements of this committee to make that motion happen. Okay? So I'm sorry, but in my opinion, that I couldn't support this because it doesn't fall under the normal committee of adjustment findings, what we do. So at this point, I'll make a motion to deny the application.
Mr. Chair?
You said you didn't make the motion, you said you were ready to.
When ready, yes.
Okay.
So it's.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to backdoor you, Nick.
I'm
My
just
question-
asking the chair.
So I was going to
Mr.
accept
Chair.
his motion if there were no more questions. Okay, and so you had a question or a statement, so.
Okay,
I'm
sorry.
gonna-
My fault, I apologize.
Okay,
And I do appreciate the good discussion and all the comments. I think we can't stop every good project that's going to benefit citizens here. And their income level doesn't matter. So thank you for referencing that as well. So I'd like to make a motion to approve this application. It's here at the Committee of Adjustment. It's here for us to decide. So I'd like to make that motion, please.
Okay, is there a seconder for the motion? I'll ask one more time. Is there a seconder for this motion? Seeing no seconder, open the floor for another motion.
Before
or
we
new
make a motion, I'd like to have the staff on the, what Bob just said about the zoning change. Are we able to do that or not?
Through the chair, there are standing orders for the Committee of Adjustment that state you're not to add a use through a minor variance. So from that perspective, council has established a baseline that the committee is to follow. Outside of that, you've read staff comments, and I can appreciate everything that was said today by the applicant, the agent, the members of the public. Staff have assessed the application as you quoted, and we don't feel that it meets 3 out of the 4 tests. So our recommendation would be for a zoning bylaw amendment. If I can just, and if you indulge me, the chair, just to provide some comments on some of the things that were said today. Staff appreciate all the comments about the costs. We truly appreciate that a zoning bylaw amendment application is more expensive than a minor variance application. Again, the fee schedule is approved by council. So council does approve a lot of things. We heard about a number of policies and strategies and things that we're all trying to achieve. So when we do assess these applications, we're not just looking at it from one angle, we do look at it from all angles. So as part of the zoning bylaw amendment application, we would also take into consideration the unit mix, which came up today. We would take into consideration the MTSA or the major transit station. We would take all that, the parking, all the things into consideration, the capacity in the building from the engineering and the public. So to Mr. Ferrari's comment about a public open house, that would be a requirement, but we would seek feedback from the public, and there would be a little bit more of a level of understanding that, yes, this community is completely on board with this proposal. In terms of timing, I'm not sure if the committee is aware, but the provincial government has changed the requirements for formal consultations. So now for zoning bylaw amendments, an applicant doesn't have to go through that step anymore. So that was often criticized for timing, because you would have a formal consultation, which would establish the requirements for your complete application. That's no longer a requirement. So that's one step less for a zoning bylaw amendment. And then also, if this is an affordable housing project, because we did hear about the affordability levels at this meeting, if this is an affordable housing project, there are exemptions for fees if you qualify. So it depends on the type of affordability that's going to be built into the project, but the fees that were mentioned by Mr. Ferrari may be exempt depending on what is actually being proposed here. And through this minor variance application, we don't have that information. So I can't comment further on that. But because the term was used a couple times, I just wanted to point that out. Also, excuse me, just by adding the use in an I zone, so this is an institutional zone, as was mentioned, for a multiple dwelling, there are no other performance standards. So the reference to amenity space, I don't want to dwell on it, but parking, they're not being assessed through this, and there are no requirements because the zone doesn't have those regulations for that particular use. So the use would be permitted, sure, but then how do you assess all the other, all the other pieces that people would want to come and get information about? So there would be a gray area, and I think it would be a hard application for our zoning team to assess moving forward. And that's it for me.
It seems a shame that, as one of the members has committed to the fact that we're taking this building and turning it into something useful. I'll open the floor for a new motion.
Yeah, I agree that it's something that's needed, but we also can't forego the rules that govern us and the city and everything else. And it's nice to hear that there are some avenues that may shorten the time frame. But at the same token, it's like I said, I don't think it's in the purview of the Committee of Adjustment for a change of use. So on that point, I will make a motion to deny the application.
Okay, is there a seconder for that motion? Donna? All in favor of the motion for denial? And opposed? One opposed? Motion is carried. Application is denied.
Sorry, just wanted to clarify through the chair. Members, who, was it the three of you supported the motion? Yes. Member Reed made the motion to deny, seconded by Member Lord, and was it just Member Lauer who opposed it? Is that the only one? Okay, just wanted to check. Okay, thank you. Okay, moving forward. We have a consent application. It is B-25:016, 16 William Street and 1493 Center Road, Flamborough. Agent is AJ Clark and Associates, F. Clyde Beaufort, and the owner is, it's a numbered company, 2740302 Ontario Incorporated, D. Matina. I don't believe we have any registered interested parties for this matter. However, is there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay. Seeing none, I'll request the applicant or agent to step forward, please.
Hi, good afternoon, committee members, staff, and public. Is that better? Hi, good afternoon, committee members, staff, and public. My name is Chloe Andre. I'm here on behalf of AJ Clark and Associates as the planner on. I did submit a presentation, if I'm able.
Just give me a moment.
I have it on a USB as well if needed.
You did have a chance to read the comments that were posted?
Yes, we did, and in this case, staff are recommending denial, but we have reviewed also the proposed conditions that they listed, all 9, and we are seeking a decision here today. So we're going to make a presentation, but we do accept all the conditions as proposed, and I guess I'll start with that.
Okay.
Okay. I guess if you'll just go to the next slide, please. So just to give you a bit of context, so these properties were previously 2 independent parcels which were inadvertently merged. So we're here seeking a technical severance to reestablish these 2 properties that were inadvertently merged in a recent sale. So from a servicing standpoint, these have independent driveways. They have independent services for each property. 16 William Street, you'll see in the southeast corner, the blue line denotes where we're proposing to sever along the former lot lines, has a well and a septic system. And 1493 Center Road has municipal water and an independent septic system as well. So there is no proposed development on this site and no changes to the existing built form. We're simply looking to reestablish these as two parcels. And I will note that as per the official plan, these are located within a settlement commercial area and in a S2 settlement commercial zone, and the uses are permitted as of right within those areas. And then if you could just go to slide 2, please. So this just gives you a bit of a context of the area and where we are located within Carlisle. So in the top corner, you'll see 16 William Street and the properties directly adjacent and across the street. So you'll note that this is in keeping with the existing balance of the neighborhood, which were all built around the same time. These lots, under today's standards, are insufficiently sized. However, there's been no issues in operating them over the last 50-plus years. We have reviewed the staff report and the policy analysis provided by staff, and note that the severance has been recommended denial as the lot does not meet the minimum lot size of 0.4 hectares. Further, staff have acknowledged within the rural Hamilton official plan that there are no policies that directly address the inadvertent merging of two properties such as this. Therefore, the application was reviewed against the lot creation policies within the RHOP, which provides a minimum lot area of 0.4 hectares. These policies are really intended for new developments and lots created in settlement areas, whereas this proposed severance and lot was previously established over 50 years ago and was existing until an unfortunate error that these merged at the Land Registry Office. If you go to the next slide, please. This actually shows some aerial footage from 1966. You can see the lot fabric, a little blurry now that it's blown up, but the proposed lot lines are generally consistent with as they previously were. And we're simply requesting today that the Committee of Adjustment approve the severance and permit these parcels to become independent again. And as mentioned, we have reviewed the proposed conditions provided by staff. All 9 of them are appropriate, and we accept those. And we respectfully ask that the committee approve the application with these conditions. Next slide, please. So just to reiterate, this is a technical severance to reestablish these 2 parcels as independent parcels along the former lot lines. There's no proposed changes to the existing built form, and we request that committee approve the applications with the conditions proposed by staff. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Do you know at what time the merger happened?
So the properties, I believe, were purchased about a few years ago, and then they were interested in potentially selling them. And at that point, they realized that they were registered under the same exact name, which under the policies of the Land Registry Office, when 2 parcels are in the exact same name, side by side, they merge together. So it was an unfortunate error on the lawyer's side, and we're now trying to rectify that so that these can be 2 independent parcels. They're both commercial properties. They operate independently. We're simply seeking to reestablish them as that.
Do they have separate roll numbers as well? Like, is there separate tax? Yeah.
Yeah, up until recently, you know, it was only found out recently, which is why we're here. There is 2 separate tax accounts on them. There's 2 independent businesses. They were established fully separately. It's only now that from the Land Registry Office, they've merged into one file, or one parcel, sorry.
So I'm not sure whether this is the first one that's come in front of this committee when there's been a merger. But I know previously we have had quite a few that have come in front of the committee. And it's my opinion that, you know, the mistake was made and that it can be rectified back to the way it was. We do have the power to do that. It hasn't changed in size at all from 1966 or whatever the,
Yeah, and I tried to Google Earth shows it, you know, as back as 2012. There's really been no changes on site from that perspective, and there is no proposed changes. We're just simply looking to reestablish them as two independent parcels.
yeah, okay, that's my 2 cents worth, but committee, do you have questions?
Well, it kind of makes things a little clearer that they both have their independent roll numbers. And if you hadn't done some digging, it'd still be that way today. I think all the facts that are here and what's been presented leans me to approve the severance, to get things back the way they were before whatever merger happened. And a clerical error in the land registry office, the lawyer, might consider the lawyer, but make a motion to approve.
Okay.
With the nine conditions.
Then you're fine with the
Yep.
conditions, right?
We have no
Yeah.
problems, with all the conditions.
Yeah, is there a
in place.
seconder? Val, all in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion carried, application approved.
Thank you.
And sorry, through the chair, just to also just reiterate, there are proposed notes there as well, right? In terms of possible tree permit, the municipal addressing as well, and also Ontario Building Code compliance. Okay. Moving on. We have a minor variance application, A-25:036-255 King Street, West Hamilton. Applicant is MHBC Planning, D. Anderson and A. Hannaford. The owner is a numbered company, 10000803-881 Ontario Incorporated. And I don't believe we have any registered interested parties for this matter. However, is there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent to please step forward.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Andrew Hannaford. I'm an associate with MHBC Planning, here on behalf of our client Lincoln Investments for their property at 255 King Street West. I do have a presentation, if you could pull that up, Justin.
Yep, just give me a moment, please.
Can you just pull the mic down a little closer? Thanks.
Yes, sorry. Great. So this application seeks a variance to permit the addition of 12 new rental units within the existing building on the site. Initially, we had proposed 2 variances, one to allow for multiple dwelling units at grade, and a second for a reduction in visitor parking. However, following further review, upon receipt of staff comments, we are requesting removal of the parking variance. Existing on-site parking will be repurposed to meet the visitor parking requirements of the bylaw. We have reviewed the staff comments on this application, and we respectfully disagree with their interpretation and recommendation. We respectfully request that the committee approve the proposed variance to permit multiple dwelling units at grade. Next slide, please. The subject property is located on the south side of King Street West, between Hess Street South and Caroline Street South. Next slide, please. The site currently contains an existing 8-story rental apartment building constructed in the 1960s. The building currently provides for 72 studio rental units. In recent years, as you can see here, the building has fallen into a state of repair that's less than ideal given its location along King Street. Our client, Lincoln Investments, purchased this property in October of 2024. They're committed to making significant investments in the property, including improving the building's condition, property and building maintenance, investments in security, HVAC, and so forth. The existing smaller unit sizes, as I said, it's 72 studio units in this building, which is quite unique. Those unit sizes do inherently contribute to providing more affordable rental options within the downtown of the city than you would typically see in an apartment building. Next slide. So to provide context on the surrounding area, these images show the adjacent buildings on either side of the site. To the east is a Tim Hortons and a townhouse. To the west are 3 to 4 story apartment buildings. As you can see, at-grade residential is an existing condition common to this side, the south side of King Street West. In contrast, if you look at the opposite side of King Street, which I don't have any images of, it does have that typical ground floor retail with residential above condition. Next slide, please. So these images, these images kind of illustrate the state of the building's current ground floor. So the majority of the frontage is occupied by a brick retaining wall with only a small residential access point on the left. There are no street-facing windows along the majority of this frontage. The ground floor currently consists of a small lobby, storage, and largely unutilized mechanical and utility rooms. As the building predates the city's requirements for ground level retail, the first story only has a height of 2.7 meters. And for reference, retail is typically at least 4, if not higher these days. Next slide, please. So our client proposes to revitalize underutilized space on the ground floor and penthouse levels of this building. The renovation would create 12 new rental units without sacrificing any of the existing 72 studio units in this building. Crucially, these new ground floor units would feature new windows facing King Street, along with improved landscaping to improve the frontage of this building. This will significantly improve the building's relationship with King Street West and provide for much needed new rental housing within the downtown of this city. Next slide, please. So we are seeking one variance from this committee to enable the development. The variance is to permit multiple dwellings on the ground floor of the existing building. Next slide. So we do acknowledge that staff have recommended denial of this application, stating that the ground floor residential uses are not permitted in the official plan, and therefore the variance does not meet its intent. We would respectfully disagree with this interpretation from staff. Multiple dwellings are a permitted use within the downtown mixed-use designation that applies to this site. There is a pedestrian-focused street overlay that provides design guidance for creating active and engaging pedestrian environments. While it suggests that commercial uses on the ground floor facing the streets, it doesn't prohibit that use outright, and it's primarily intended for new developments where commercial uses are feasible. Further, the test for a minor variance is not strictly, does the official plan permit the use? It's, does the variance maintain the intent and general purpose of the official plan and zoning bylaw? The official plan for this site explicitly permits residential uses and also includes policies that encourage the optimal and efficient use of existing buildings, providing a mix and range of housing units and affordability levels, permitting single-use and mixed-use buildings within the downtown, and maximizing the use of existing buildings to create new housing. The proposed introduction of these 12 new rental units would introduce more active uses at grade than the current blank frontage. It would create new windows facing onto King Street, improving that relationship, and it would improve the overall facade of the building facing King Street West. It also enables those investments that our client intends to make to this building. So given that the existing retaining wall and the limited 2.7 meter ground floor height, the introduction of viable commercial units is just not feasible on this site. Therefore, the proposed development maintains the general intent of the first and purpose of the official plan by improving the streetscape and providing for much needed housing in the city's downtown. Next slide, please. The second test of a minor variance before a committee is whether it maintains the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. This site is zoned D2, which aims to create vibrant streets with active street level uses, maintain the character of those streets, and provide for an inviting pedestrian experience. As previously mentioned, this building cannot accommodate retail at grade due to the existing retaining wall and 2.7 meter ground floor height. The proposed introduction of dwelling units at grade would improve this condition and create a more inviting pedestrian experience with the addition of new street-facing windows. Further, introducing ground floor units aligns with the character of the south side of this section of King Street, which already features ground floor residential uses in the building immediately adjacent either side of this site. Next slide, please. The third test of a variance is whether it's desirable and appropriate. And we do note that staff didn't provide any analysis with regard to this test in their report. The proposed creation of 12 new rental units is highly desirable given the significant need for more rental housing within the city, as you heard previously today. The size of both existing and proposed units suggests that these will offer more affordable rental options compared to average new construction in the city. They're not designated affordable, but by the size of these units, they are inherently more affordable. This proposal also supports broader investments being made into the existing building to improve the streetscape and its relationship with King Street West. Next slide, please. The fourth test is whether a variance is minor in nature, and again, staff didn't provide any analysis in their report with regard to this test. The proposal involves no changes to the building's footprint. It will remain the same. The new units will be created from unused space within the existing building. The development is not anticipated to have any negative impacts. In fact, we expect a small positive impact on the surrounding streetscape and neighborhood by improving the facade and improving the amount of ground floor pedestrian activity on the site. Next slide, please. So to conclude, we respectfully request that the committee consider our application for a variance, taking into account that this is an existing building and that the four tests outlined in the Planning Act, which you evaluate a variance on, are met in this case, in our opinion. We believe that the requested variance to permit the ground floor uses meets all of those four tests, and we thank you for your time. I'm available if you have any questions.
One question I have is, there's 12 units being added.
Yes.
4 penthouse on the top, and I saw that on the picture, there was 4.
Yeah.
But the picture we saw there, I guess facing King Street, there was 6 units there.
So there are 4 units proposed in the penthouse level, which is currently unused storage space. The remaining 8 units would be proposed on the ground floor. I don't know if, Justin, you have that slide with the ground floor plan that you could throw back up. I believe, and I'm trying to do this from memory, that it's 4 units facing King Street and 4 units that would face the rear parking lot of the building. It's unused mechanical and storage lockers.
Okay. Okay, so it's 4 facing the front and 4 facing the back. And at the
That's
back,
correct.
does it still have that 2.7 meter?
The ground floor height is the same. The elevation of the site does raise slightly to the parking in the rear, so we would have sort of window well cutouts to provide light into those units. The architect has designed it so that all of the proposed units have sufficient windows to provide for apartment units.
Okay. So it,
Yeah, you can see it there. There's 4 and 4.
okay, so where the doors are on the left-hand side, or as I'm looking at them?
Yeah, so as you're looking at it, at the top right is the entrance from King Street, and then there are the 4 green units are the units that would face King. The 4 units on the bottom would be facing the existing parking lot in the rear.
Okay. Okay. So, I mean, I guess when I look at it, it is ground floor, but it's not at sidewalk level. It's up high enough that
Yeah.
you really can't see in if you're walking by. I mean, you can see up, but you can't see.
That's right. There's a brick retaining wall. I won't pretend to know the history of why there's a brick retaining wall there, but it's there. So there's currently no windows. So this would introduce windows that are kind of above head levels. So there's light into the units. It would also give us an opportunity to improve the landscaping in front of the building and provide new, inherently more affordable units within an existing building with no changes to the structure in any way.
That area in the bottom, is that like storage area?
Yeah, so facing King, it's storage and mechanical rooms. It's a lot of wasted space, to be quite honest. The history of this building goes back. I think it started as some form of affordable housing originally. At some point, it turned to the private market. And there's just a lot of unutilized space in the building, including the first floor and the penthouse, which are just vacant space.
Okay. Committee. Bob?
Just on the 4 units in particular in the front, is it going to be raised up from the street grade?
So the way that the elevations work on the site, and through the chair, thank you for the question. The building itself is at grade, but there's a retaining wall that takes up 3/4 of that height at grade. So those units are at grade, but they're blocked by that retaining wall and earth, essentially.
No, I realize they're blocked. That's not the point is, if the street floods, heaven forbid.
We would have to meet all code requirements. There was no concerns raised, including in staff's report from engineering staff, that there's a concern of flooding here. I believe there is I don't know exactly, but there would be a slight elevation of that first floor of the building. And it's raised above curb level as well, so.
Anyone else? Nick?
Yeah, to me, this is another project that makes sense. I mean, they told us we can't build in the green belt. We can't build in the green belt, but we need houses, so we have to build in. And these are the creative solutions that come with that problem. So I'm just kind of weighing it out like that. Yeah, I don't see a problem with this application personally and would support it.
Is that a motion?
Sure, that's a motion. It's a motion to approve this application.
Okay, is there a seconder? Robert? All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion carried, application approved.
Thank you.
And through the chair, just to reiterate, if the committee is approving it, there is a proposed note that the building permit would be required for this proposal. Okay. Moving on. We have a minor variance application A-25:040123 Charlton Avenue East, Hamilton. Agent is MHBC Planning, D. Anderson and A. Hannaford. Applicant is Lankin Investments, K. Poulos. Owner is Oakland Square GP Incorporated and Oakland Square Incorporated, K. Poulos. I don't believe we have any registered interested parties. However, is there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I will ask the applicant or agent, please step forward. Okay. Give me a moment.
Sure. So I'll get started with the introductory remarks while you pull that up, just to save you all time. So good afternoon, members of the committee. Once again, I'm Andrew Hannaford, associate with MHBC Planning here in Hamilton. I'm here on behalf of our client, Lankin Investments, regarding their properties located at 100 Forest and 123 Charlton Avenue East. You have two variance applications before you today, one for 100 Forest and one for 123 Charlton. These are separate applications because they're separate parcels. However, these properties are adjacent to one another and share many facilities, so I've prepared a single presentation covering both, but I'm happy to speak to either. These applications seek permission for residential intensification of the existing two apartment buildings on the properties. Importantly, this would be achieved without any loss or downsizing of existing rental units on the site and without expanding the current building footprint. We have reviewed the staff comments, which are supportive, and we are in agreement with the staff recommendations and proposed conditions. Next slide. So the subject lands consist of two adjacent properties located on the north side of Charlton Avenue East, east of Catherine Street South, and on the south side of Forest. Each property currently contains an existing 21-story apartment building, providing a combined total of 468 rental dwelling units. Both existing buildings were constructed in the 1960s and 70s. These two properties share several facilities, including loading and joint underground parking. Next slide. The subject lands are currently designated neighborhoods within the UHOP, and they're zoned high-density multiple dwellings, E3, under the former bylaw 6593. The E3 zone does permit multiple dwellings as a use and includes regulations for height, setbacks, and so forth. It's important to note that both of these existing buildings were constructed prior to the current consolidation of the former bylaw 6593. And as a result, several existing site conditions on either property before any development is even proposed don't comply with current zoning regulations. Next slide. So 100 Forest on the left here is a 21-story building with 228 rental units. It has 3 levels of underground parking and 176 parking spaces. 123 Charlton on the right is a 21-story building with 240 units. It has 2 levels of underground parking with 190 parking spaces. The first two levels of both of these buildings currently consists of open breezeway, which is a funny and somewhat unique Hamilton condition where it's unenclosed floor space with no exterior walls except for the lobby and mechanical rooms. These open breezeways serve no functional purpose to either building, and you can see that here in the bottom. They're just completely open concrete voids in the structure. Next slide, please. So for 100 Forest Avenue, the proposal involves infilling the existing open breezeway on the building to create additional rental units. Specifically, we're proposing to add 33 new units to the breezeway levels, resulting in a total new GFA of 1,700 square meters. To accommodate these units, we're proposing new emergency exits, modifications to the walkways around the building, improved site lighting, and enhanced landscaping. A new fitness room is also proposed on the first floor as an amenity to residents. We're not proposing any changes to existing vehicular parking. However, we will be adding 29 new bicycle parking spaces to support these new units. Next slide. For 123 Charlton, we're proposing to add 28 new units by again infilling the two breezeway levels. Similar to 100 Forest, these units would require new emergency exits, modifications to the walkways, improved lighting, and enhanced landscaping. Again, no changes to vehicular parking are proposed, and we'd be adding 34 new bicycle parking spaces to support the new residents. Next slide. Perfect. So the purpose of these applications is to obtain relief from several of the existing zoning provisions in the former bylaw 6593. This is necessary to recognize and permit several conditions that are pre-existing to the buildings, as well as some minor adjustments resulting from the proposed development. So for 100 Forest, 9 variances are proposed. 7 of those are entirely to regularize existing site conditions. For 123 Charlton, 8 variances are proposed, with 6 of those entirely just to recognize existing site conditions. The remaining variances, which would be floor area and parking, are required to regularize existing site conditions, but are also further modified by introducing the new units that we're proposing. It's important to note these final 3 variances highlighted in blue on this slide are proposed. However, staff have notified us through their comments that they don't feel these are necessary as they're captured by existing vacuum clauses in the former bylaw. Next slide, please. As the majority of the requested variances for these properties are to regularize existing conditions, I won't go into detail for each of them. I'm happy to revisit them if you have any questions following the presentation. I'd also like to point out that the city assigned separate zoning reviewers to each of these parcels, even though they're one application. So it resulted in slightly different wording for the variances between the 2 properties for almost identical conditions on either site. So the first variance is related to the front yard depth, again, recognizing existing conditions not impacted by our proposal. Next slide. Second is for the side yard depth, which again is an existing non-compliance not impacted by our proposal. Next slide, please. So the third variance relates to the maximum floor area ratio. The bylaw 6593 sets a max floor area ratio of 2.55. The existing building on 100 Forest has an FAR of 4.44, so almost double the maximum, which would increase to 4.91 after our development. The existing building at 123 Charlton has an existing FAR of 4.26, again, almost double the current maximum, which would increase to 4.61 after the proposed development. Both existing buildings already exceed their maximum FAR, and the proposed development would add new residential GFA, further increasing this. This is necessary to accommodate those 61 new rental dwelling units that we're proposing. And it's important to note that the current Urban Hamilton official plan permits high-density multiple dwellings on this site with no maximum density, like you see in the former bylaw. Next slide, please. The 4th and 5th variances relate to the minimum resident parking rates and visitor parking rates. Bylaw 6593 requires a minimum rate of 0.8 per unit and 0.16 visitor spaces per unit. The existing building at 100 Forest provides parking at a rate of 0.7. The existing building at 123 Charlton provides parking at a rate of 0.72. As you heard earlier today on other variances, the city approved updated parking standards in 2023. The proposed parking revisions for this development were designed in accordance with those new citywide parking standards. And furthermore, we did have a parking study prepared as part of this application which found that the existing parking supply, even after the proposed new units, would continue to adequately serve both the existing and proposed units. Next slide, please. So this is the change to visitor parking. Again, we're meeting the new city visitor parking standards. Next slide, please. So for loading spaces, this is one of 3 variants, loading spaces number 6, which is Variance 6 for 100 Forest and variance 8 for 123 Charlton, but same situation. So currently, both of these buildings share 2 loading spaces on 123 Charlton Avenue. The first has dimensions of 13 by 3.5 meters. The second has dimensions of 6 by 3.5 meters. This existing loading configuration is not proposed to change. It's an existing condition to serve both of these buildings. We did review this with city waste management staff and the proposed development through a formal consultation process with the city, and they had no concerns with this existing loading configuration. Next slide, please. The next is related to aisle width, which again, staff have recommended that this variance is no longer needed as it's an existing condition covered by vacuum clauses in the bylaw, so I won't dwell on it. Next slide, please. Similarly, for parking space size, it is an existing condition that does not comply with the bylaw, but staff have let us know that we do not need this variance as it's covered by a vacuum clause. Next slide, please. And finally, driveway width, again, an existing condition on site within the current underground parking and driveway along Forest. Staff have let us know that we do not need this as a result of the vacuum clauses of bylaw 6593, so we're no longer proposing it. Next slide, please. So to conclude, for these reasons, we're of the opinion that the requested variances meet the 4 tests of the Planning Act. 7 of 9 and 6 of 8 are existing conditions on site that we're just simply seeking to recognize under the current bylaw. The remaining 2 are just slight increases over current existing conditions on the site that would accommodate additional new rental housing in currently unused open portions of these buildings. We're in full agreement with the recommendations of city staff and the conditions they've requested. I would note that we did do a formal consultation process with the city for these applications, and staff have actually recommended waiving site plan for this development to expedite the provision of new rental housing on site. So with that, I thank you for your time and consideration, and I understand there's a lot there that I covered very quickly, so I'm open to any questions that you might have.
Committee. I know they're 2 separate applications, but planning's recommending approval with a few of the variances not needed. Robert?
For 123 Charlton, I'll make a motion to approve variances. And 1 to 5 conditions. Is this noted here that 6 and 7 are not required?
Right.
Yes, through the chair, yes. For 123 Charlton Avenue East, staff recommendation is to approve variances 1 through 5, and for variance and 6, subject to conditions. Oh, however here.
It's 8 that they're referring to there.
8. Okay,
Yeah.
so variances 1 to 5 and variance 8 would approve variances 1 to 5 and variance 8 subject to conditions, and staff have indicated variances 6 and 7 are not required.
Do you want to deal with them separately? Okay. All right, is that a motion? Okay, is there a seconder? Mel, all in favor? Opposed? Seeing none? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Application approved. That was Charlton, right? And now 100 Forest Avenue.
Make an application to approve, a motion to approve the application, approving, variances 1 to 6, not required, 7 and 8, 9 are not required, and with the conditions as stated.
Okay, is there a seconder? Nick, all in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion carried, application approved.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, through the chair, just to reiterate, for both applications, there was proposed notes as well relating to a building permit, and also transportation planning had some comments as well. Just wanted to reiterate that. Okay. Moving forward, we have It is a consent application. It's B-25:019 11 Fort Street, Hamilton. The agent is Urban Solutions Planning and Land Development. Urban Solutions Planning and Land Development Consultants Incorporated, M. Johnston. Owner is Gateway Investment Group Incorporated, C. Wah. I will also note to the committee, there is an associated minor variance application as well, which is A-25:042 for the same address with the same agent and the same owner. And typically these, since they're both related applications, they would be heard together. I don't believe we have any registered interested parties. However, is there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Seeing none, I will ask the agent or applicant to please step forward.
Good afternoon, members of the committee, staff, and the public. My name is Matt Johnston, registered professional planner with Urban Solutions, joined by my colleague Stefano Rosatone. And we're here on behalf of Gateway and Mr. Charles Wah. In the interest of time and to appease my good friend, Mr. Skidmore, I will forego a PowerPoint presentation that we do have. There's just two conditions I'm hoping to talk about briefly. We have a historic 2-unit townhouse that has been merged on title, and we're going through the process to unmerge them. We've got 2 conditions that are related to this that I want to speak to, and that is the requirement for a noise study. In this instance, we have an existing condition. I just struggle, we often use the term a death by 1,000 cuts when we're talking about bringing housing on stream. We heard a bit of this debate earlier today, and it's these little tiny things that continue to add up and frustrate the ability to bring on units on stream. So I'm hoping we could get support to waive condition number 8 with regards to noise. Similarly, we have a condition, we have 2 existing services on each half of the townhouse. Going through the process to prove that existing condition is satisfactory is a tad onerous, and kindly asking for support for the waiver of condition number 7. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any other questions about the application.
Okay, does the committee have any questions? Is there a motion? No?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve both applications with the 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6. Okay, 3 with the condition, and you want 8 eliminated?
7 and 8. Removed.
7 and 8 eliminated. Take them out.
Okay, is there a seconder? Nick? All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion carried, applications approved.
Thank you.
Sorry, just to...
Quick.
Okay, so just to reiterate, okay, for the consent application, it is approved, but conditions 7 and 8 is removed. And then for the minor variance, variances 1, 2, 4, 5, 6 are approved, but variance 3 is revised subject to condition. And there's a proposed condition, and there's a proposed note there as well. And there's also, that's with the minor variance, and there's also a proposed note with the consent application as well. So I believe it was moved by by member Switzer, and it was seconded by Nick. Okay. And I don't believe there was anyone who opposed. Okay. Moving forward, we have a, we have a consent application, B-25:022, 647 Limeridge Road East, Hamilton. Agent Urban Solutions Planning and Land Development Consultants Incorporated, M. Johnston. Owner Gateway Investment Group Incorporated, C. Wah. There is also an associated minor variance application, which is A-25:045 for the same address, same agent, and same owner as well. And again, since these are both related applications, typically they would be heard together. I don't believe we have any registered interested parties. Is there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay. If not, we'll go to the agent or applicant.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. As Matt mentioned, we're just going to quickly run through a PowerPoint for this file. Once again, my name is Stefano Rosatone, here with Urban Solutions on behalf of the owner of 647 Limeridge Road East.
Okay, just give me a moment.
Sure. And I will note we have read the staff report and generally agree with staff's recommendation, but we'll get to that in a second. Okay. So as I said, Stefano Rosatone here with Urban Solutions on behalf of the owner of 647 Limeridge Road East. We can hop over to the next slide. So the subject lands are in a predominantly residential area just to the west of the northwest corner of Upper Sherman Avenue and Limeridge Road East. Next slide. The lands are designated neighborhoods on Schedule E urban structure of the Urban Hamilton official plan, and as shown on the next slide, they are also designated as neighborhoods on Schedule E1 urban land use of the Urban Hamilton official plan. We'll just flip through a couple slides here. And as you can see here, the lands are zoned low-density residential R1 in zoning bylaw 05200. The proposed severance is relatively straightforward. We're splitting the subject lands into two parcels. As you can see here, we are proposing to retain the existing single attached dwelling on the lands to be retained, whereas the detached accessory garage will be demolished. Next slide, please. To facilitate this severance, we will need one minor variance, and that is to reduce the minimum required lot frontage from 12 meters to 10.4 meters. Next slide, please. And we have some public comments as well that we received, which, as you can see here, generally accepting the proposed minor variance. There were a couple other points touched upon, and I have them just in front of me here regarding noise, lack of privacy, parking on the street. But these generally are outside of the scope of what this variance is entailing, and that'd be all for that. Next slide, please.
Committee have any, or you just
got a couple.
Yeah, just to wrap up, we've got, again, conditions of approval, just to touch on quickly. Two are related to tree protection and landscape plan. As you can see on the photo here, there are no municipal street trees in front of the proposed severance where tree protection would be most critical to explore. We do have on-site trees that, currently have the ability to come down at any time outside of any planning process. So again, it's bringing the residential lot on stream, and that's triggering this ability to ask for things that are otherwise not required in terms of tree protection for the private trees. So we're kindly asking that the two landscape conditions be waived. And if we go to the next slide, similarly, again, noise study is being triggered in proximity to Upper Sherman. I think it's quite clear the ability to bring residential uses on stream in proximity to Upper Sherman. We have homes fronting Upper Sherman, never mind being set back a bit, if there could be consideration to waive that condition as well. And with that, that concludes our presentation. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Is there a motion?
Make a motion for both applications in front of us, and to approve the variances, remove number 12, 14, and 15 conditions on both applications.
Okay. The seconder?
Sorry, that would just be the removal of conditions for the consent application.
12, 14, and 15 on both of them.
I believe there was only conditions proposed for the consent application.
Okay, then I
Okay,
stand
that's fine.
corrected.
No, I'm just clear. That's fine. Thank you.
It wasn't, there's a revision of one of the lots from 10.5 to 10.4. Proposed by staff. Revised variance proposed by staff, a minimum lot width of 10.4 shall be provided instead of the minimum lot required width of 12 meters.
So just a correction there. Our initial submission did show 10.4 meter wide minimum lots. It seems there was a discrepancy in the comments, and it was thought that we asked for 10.5, but the original ask was 10.4, and we're still okay with 10.4.
Okay. Seconder for that motion, Donna? All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion carried, application approved. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Through the chair, we actually have a scheduled break now. Okay. Okay, why don't we, if that's okay, why don't we take 5 minutes and we'll be back at 4:37 PM, okay? Okay. 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 Are we resuming now through the chair? Okay. So we're resuming now. It's 4:43 p.m. Just returning from our short recess. And we have, I believe we have these 3 minor variance applications. I'm not sure if we should be hearing them together. I believe they are related. It's A-24:268, 238 Highland Road West, Stony Creek. Owner is Lasani Homes, M. Sundin and E. Sundin. And then A-25:054, 240 Highland Road West, Stony Creek, same owner as well. And then A-25:055, 242 Highland Road West, Stony Creek, same owner. And then, yes, the agent, I believe, for all 3 applications is MHBC Planning Limited. And I don't believe we have any registered interested parties. Is there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay. Seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent to step forward, please.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of committee. Dave Aston with MHBC Planning, here on behalf of Lozani Homes for the variances listed. Just a general comment, the next one on your list is actually a property right beside those that are listed here, but we can deal with that separately. We have had a chance to review the staff comments. These variances were submitted earlier on. There were some comments from the committee and confirmation associated with the land ownership and authorization, which we have dealt with as part of the submission of the resubmission of the applications. They've all been signed by the existing owners and have authorized ourselves and Lozani to act as agents. The variances relate to lots on a draft approved plan of subdivision. The plan was draft approved in April. And the lots themselves would be on Carlson Street, so they're facing Carlson Street. The existing residential homes are facing Highland Road West. So these are kind of in the rear of those existing lots, those lots that would be created through the draft plan of subdivision registration. So we're here in support of the staff recommendation for all 3 of the variances associated with the properties.
Okay, does the committee have any questions on these applications? Donna?
I'll put a motion forward to approve all 3 of the applications with the proposed conditions for each individual lot or property, and all the proposed notes. Oh, amendment?
On 242, there's 2.
Oh, did I miss that?
Yes, so for
Amended, oh yeah, as amended.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, recommendation, approve variance 1 and 2 as amended, sorry.
Okay.
For
Your
242.
seconder? Mel, all in favor? Opposed, if any? Seeing none, motion carried, applications approved.
yes, just give me a moment. And again, any Anyone who, any other parties or any other parties on WebEx, please stay on mute until your application is called. Thank you. Next, we're moving on. We have a minor variance application. It is A-25:033, 29 to 31 Carlson Street, Stony Creek. Agent is MHBC Planning Limited. Owner is Lasani Homes Limited. I don't believe we have any registered interested parties. Is there any members of the public who wish to speak on the application? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent, please step forward.
Your mic is off.
My apologies, Mr. Chair. Dave Aston with MHBC Planning, here in support of the staff recommendation. We have had discussions with staff on this proposed rear yard setback, and there were comments from engineering in relation to having no grading concerns or any concerns associated with stormwater, and the rear yard that's proposed still provides for adequate rear yard amenity for any future homeowners. So we would request that you support the staff recommendation for approval.
Okay, thank you. Committee have any questions?
Make a motion for approval.
Motion made by Robert, seconded by Mal. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Seeing none, motion carried, application approved.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for being patient.
Okay. Geez, let me.
That one's tabled.
There it is. Yeah, sorry, my internet. And yes, for that last application, 2931 Carlson Street, there was also a proposed note as well, just to reiterate for the committee, relating to an order to comply and that a building permit might be required. Okay, moving forward, we have it's a consent application, B-25023 174 to 180 Ottawa Street North, Hamilton. And the agent is Landwise, C.O.T. Booma, care of T. Booma, and the owner is Indwell Community Homes. Just to let the committee know, the applicant, prior to the hearing, requested to table the application. They need to make some changes to the, they need to make some amendments to the application, and it will then be, I believe it'll be brought to delegated consent authority. It will not be coming back to the Committee of Adjustment. Okay, moving forward. We have a minor variance application, A-25:038, 646 Beach Boulevard, Hamilton. Agent is M. Fratera Kangeli, I know I'm mispronouncing the name, I apologize. And the owner is R. Langendoen. I don't believe we have any registered interested parties. Is there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I will ask the agent or applicant. Please step forward. I see the agent there, Matt. I'll ask him to unmute himself. Yes, I'm going to request that he unmute. Are you able to unmute yourself, Matt? Or again, see if you can use the phone-in option as well.
Yes.
Oh, there he is. Okay.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon,
Sorry.
Mr. Chair. Yes, I am here. Matthew Kangeli, the agent of the owner. My address for the record is 107 Gladstone Avenue in Hamilton, Ontario.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, today we have an application to essentially legalize existing condition. The owner purchased this property sometime in 2022, I believe, and was issued an order to comply shortly after. She purchased the house in the current condition, and now we're going through the steps to legalize some of the exterior structures, those being the decks and porches as noted in the variance application. We did see that there were really no major comments from staff. We see that there was a comment to obtain an encroachment agreement, which we are okay to do that. So I would defer to the committee for any questions they may have, but we're generally in agreement with the staff report.
Okay, does the committee have any questions?
I see that you are in favor of all the conditions, and also I see you got neighbors, or 3 neighbors that are okay or happy with it, so I'll make a motion to approve with the conditions.
Okay, moved by Mel, seconded by Robert, all in favor? Opposed, if any, seeing none, motion carried, application approved.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members.
Okay. Okay, moving on. We have a yes, we have a consent application. It's B-25:020, 135 Eleanor Avenue, Hamilton. Agent is A. Santa Guida, and the owner is L and A. Santa Guida. I don't believe there's any registered interested parties. Is there any members of the public who want to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent, please step forward.
Good afternoon, Chair and Committee. My name is Anthony Santaguida. I'm the co-owner of 135 Eleanor, and I'm here today just to get your approval, consent to sever the existing property for future residential use.
You had a chance to read all the comments that were posted?
I did not see that online.
Okay.
Under the
They are
notice?
favorable.
Okay.
But there are conditions as well.
Okay. 13 conditions. Okay.
Yes. Yes, through the chair, yes, there's 13. So there's a condition that a reference plan be provided, any outstanding taxes be paid to the city. There is an administration fee to be paid to the city for any new lot creation. You will need to get final approval from the zoning section in terms of, for this application. A demolition permit may be needed for the property. Also, the Ontario Building Code requirements in terms of spatial separation distances for any structures is to be complied with. A consent agreement, which is a legal type agreement that will need to be executed with our development engineering staff. Okay. A grading plan and servicing plan will need to be completed. Stormwater management brief needs to be completed. Cash payment to the city for any future urbanization on Eleanor Road for any kind of new road servicing there. Pay any outstanding service charges for any existing municipal services on Eleanor Avenue. Owner demolish all existing structures on the land to be severed. To be severed or on the proposed lot line, subject to a demolition permit, and that there is a zoning compliance review will need to be completed.
Okay, so, sorry not to interrupt. Where could I find this notice?
This was
emailed?
posted on the C of A website.
Okay.
Yes, the staff report here.
Okay.
And there's also some proposed notes here that any municipal numbering needs to be for these proposed lots will have to conform with the city's zoning sign bylaw. And in addition, you will need to make an application for, the building department will require an application for, in relation to the building, for building code compliance as well.
There's a total of 13
Yes. Okay, yeah.
conditions.
I apologize, I didn't see that. Okay.
If you're okay with going forward with it, then
I'd like to move forward with
The
it, for
the
sure.
13 conditions are pretty standard
Okay,
when you're splitting up.
yep, yep, okay.
Okay.
Fair enough, yeah.
okay.
Make a motion to approve with the 13 conditions and the 2 proposed notes.
Okay, moved by Robert, seconded by Donna. All in favor? Opposed, if any, seeing none. Motion carried, application approved.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
And I'm going to make a note, I believe Member Lowers left, has already departed. So I believe it was around, was it around 4? Sorry, it was just around now, right? For around 4:55 PM, Member Lowers, he has left the meeting. He had to leave. However, I believe we still have quorum, so we'll continue the hearing. Okay. Moving on. We are now moving on to a minor variance application, SC /A, A23 colon 0, so A23 colon 189, 177 Green Mountain Road, Stony Creek. The applicant is Len Angeliki, and the owner is Marco Pejic. We didn't have any registered interested parties. Is there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application?
I did. I received notice late, though.
No, sorry. Yes, you're here. If you want to make, do you want to make comments?
Yeah, I'm just
Okay.
curious
Can you
as to what the building intention use is,
Sorry, so can you
as the owner does not reside there.
Okay, sorry. Can you provide your name and address, please?
Oh, sure. Laura Guthrie.
Yep, and your
It's
address?
181 Green Mountain Road East.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm just wondering what the intention use is of the building as the owner does not reside at this residence. It's a rental. And also there's no laneway access to the backyard.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. We'll make a note of that and the applicant can respond. Thank you for your comments. Again, I'm just through the chair. We're just here, the Committee of Adjustment is here just to hear the minor variance, which is for a building height related to the accessory building. Whether the owner resides there or they don't, that doesn't relate to an assessment of the minor variance application. Okay. Was there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Okay. Seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent to step forward.
I'm here.
Yes, welcome to our meeting. Thanks for being patient. We've had a lot of applications today.
My pleasure.
Did you have a chance to read through the comments?
And sorry,
I did, yes.
Could you identify yourself, please?
Sorry, I'm Len Angelisi of Len Angelisi Design, Inc.
Okay, thank you.
Just to answer the neighbor's question, the owner of the building intends to eventually redevelop the lot. Like, he intends to build a family home, a larger family home. This structure for the time being is going to be to park. He's an electrician. He has several work vehicles. They're going to be parked in there. The second floor of the building is basically for storage, excess electrical goods.
Okay.
The laneway to the back will eventually be developed as well when he redesigns a new home for himself.
Okay.
I had a chance to read the staff comments. They're all supportive of, well, it's only a single minor variance, so I'm happy to answer any additional questions.
Is there any questions from the committee?
No question, but I'll make a motion to approve.
Is there a seconder? Robert, all in favor? Opposed? Seeing none? Motion carried, application approved.
Thank you.
And sorry, through the chair, just to reiterate, there was a proposed condition, right? That any existing accessory structures have to be removed subject to a demolition permit. And there's the proposed notes, building permit may be required, Ontario Building Code regulations, and there may be a possible archaeological assessment may be necessary here. Okay. Moving on, we have a consent application. It is a B-25:021, 46 Seabreeze Crescent, Stony Creek. The owner is R&H Gouda. There is also an associated minor variance application, A-25:043, same address, same owner. And as they're both related applications, typically they would be heard together. I don't believe we have any registered interested parties. Is there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Seeing none, I will ask the applicant or agent, please step forward.
I'm the applicant and the owner. My name is Rashmi Gowda.
Yes, welcome to our meeting. Did you have a chance to read the comments that were posted?
Yes, sir. I did go through all the comments.
The comments that came through, they were recommending tabling.
Yeah. We would like to table it. We would just like to ask if there are any questions from any other members.
Okay. All right, motion made by Robert to table, seconded by Mal. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Seeing none, motion carried, application tabled.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. And just to reiterate to the, that both the consent and minor variance are to be tabled. Okay. And next, we're moving on to a minor variance application. A-25:053, 25 West Avenue, Stony Creek. Applicant is C. Hudson. Owner is E.L.N.A. Tittarelli. And I don't believe we have any registered interested parties. However, is there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay. Seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent to please step forward.
Hi there. My name's Christina Hudson. I'm with Lucician Contracting, and we're acting on behalf of the owners at 25 West Ave.
I'm Mike Lucician, and I own Lucician Contracting, and we're acting on behalf of the owners, Laura and Adam.
We are requesting a variance for a new build, like a new house, to encroach on the setback line on the south side of the dwelling.
But let me correct right now. Our first application, we said, which we got denied in all three, or you guys recommended us to deny all three. We asked for 0.46 on the south side. We asked for an encroachment on the north side. And we had an oversized lot of 43% when we're actually only allowed 40. You guys didn't approve that, or didn't, you denied it. So I went to the homeowners and I spoke with them, and we kind of went back to the drawing board, and we actually have a proposal that we're going to agree with the north setback of 1.25. Mm-hmm. We've decreased our lot coverage to 38.5 or 38.95, sorry. And then we are going from 0.46 on the south side, and we've increased it to 0.9 of a meter setback. So what we're trying to just achieve is, keep everybody happy. There is some large homes already built on that street recently, and I don't think what we're asking for is over and above. So we're trying to work with you, but I'll leave that up to you guys and girls.
All right, thanks. Thanks for being patient today. It's been a long day.
Yeah, sorry, we're been here on eggshells as well, so.
Committee have any questions?
Yes. Planning, are you okay with those changes? You worked with them?
Through the chair, we identified, as explained by the applicant, that they would meet the bylaw for those variances, but we would be open to a table so that we can look at drawings that see a change in the 0.9 meter setback.
To the applicant, are you willing to table that to get everything talked to?
We are willing. Does that mean we would be for the next meeting? Is that what that would be?
As long as you could meet with planning and get those numbers to them, it'd be up to them if they can get back quick enough to our next meeting.
Okay.
It would probably be at the start if it's available, but you'd have to check with planning and get those numbers okayed, and then speak with our secretary to book it in.
Yep. Through the chair, yes. Oh, sorry. Just if the application is tabled, yes, the applicant, you can contact the Committee of Adjustment staff here, and we will will assist you with connecting with whoever you need to discuss the proposal. And then when the application is ready, we'll bring it back to another C of A hearing. Thank you.
Okay, so a motion for table, or?
No, yeah, I just want to clarify on the one variance, you're going to meet the 1.25, correct?
That's correct.
Yes.
That's correct.
On the second variance, you're going to go with 0.90 or 92 or whatever?
Yeah, 0.9.
And then that obviously changes the percentage, which gets you in good with everybody.
Yes.
Okay. I think the best, I'd like to say let's change it and do it, but in all fairness to the planning and staff, we'll table it, get those numbers right, send it in, and then it'll be all right. I just want to make sure that everybody's on the same page, because there's a lot of stuff going on, so.
Yeah.
And it's been a long day.
For sure, absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to table it for the next meeting.
I'd appreciate that.
As long as they can get the information.
That's the whole thing.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
That's easy. You'll have it. You'll have it by Tuesday.
Okay, Robert made the motion and seconded by Mal. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Seeing none, motion carried, application tabled.
Okay, and we are now proceeding to the final application. It is a consent application, B-25:024-1691 Glancaster Road, Glanbrook. Agent is M. Raja. The applicant is W. Pereira and P. Pereira. It's a numbered company as well, 1075253 Canada Incorporated. I don't see any registered interested parties. However, is there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay. Seeing none, I will ask the applicant or agent to please step forward.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. Can you hear me? I'm good. Is good?
Yes.
Okay, great. My name is Mazhar Raja, and I am representing the owner for this site, 1691 Glancaster.
Yes, welcome to our meeting. Sorry it took so late to get to your application.
Yeah, it was very long time to wait. Anyway, that's good. We are getting there. Our lot is like almost 1.5 acre, having frontage of 400 feet. So we want to have severance. One lot gonna be with the frontage of 100 feet, and the other one 300 feet. So almost one lot gonna be 1 acre, and the other one gonna be half acre. I had a chance to go through the comments. First of all, conservation. Comments from the conservation, they were asking for the deferral. But we have figured out that everything is good. We have paid the fee and they have issued the comments with no objection. They don't have any issue with this. The other comments are from source protection planning and development planning. They are having some reservations, but I would say that I understand that with the provincial planning statement is infill is discouraged for this area, but at the same time, there are so many other policies like Bill number 23 and all the towns, all the cities in Ontario, they are trying to have more housing. The government has increased the density. They are allowing 4 units in on one lot, including the garden unit. Mr. Chair, I'm an architect, and I am getting clients every day. They are so like in hard time. They want to have, everyone wants to have 3 or 4 units in their homes so that they can rent them out and meet their mortgage requirements. So it is a crisis of the housing. At the same time, we are not allowing this rural development. So I agree that there is it is not encouraged to have this agriculture land into for the new houses, but keeping in view that the demand of and the requirement of the time, we should increase the some possibility of having rural life, and we should have increase in the area, and this area is very good for living. Mr. Chair, there is no problem. We're gonna be having a sewer for the septic tank for the sewer, and water supply is not there. That's okay. We can have a cistern or well, a local well. There will be no impact on the environment. It's gonna be simple house, and there will be no change in zoning. So we can keep the same zoning and one house on one lot, and that's good. So we request you that please support this severance application and grant us the severance. I am here to answer any other question if anyone has.
Okay, thank you. To the committee, questions and concerns with this?
Yes, on the smaller lot, what is it, 0.34 of an acre, have you had someone come in to assess to see whether you can put a well and a septic on that size of a lot?
Mr. Chair, we have not got into that study yet, but definitely we will do that. Of course, the hydrology study and the septic tank. As I said, one lot, the smaller one is half an acre, and it's pretty long. The depth of the lot gonna be 156 feet. So I don't think that there will be any problem having a cistern or the septic.
And how wide is it?
100 feet, 100 by 150 feet.
Yeah, it's not big enough, too small. I'm going to put a motion forward to support staff and deny the application.
Okay, motion on the floor made by Donna. Is there a seconder? Robert, all in favor of denial? Any opposed? Seeing none, motion carried, application denied.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, and that concludes the applications to be heard as part of this hearing. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn, Donna, seconded by Mal. All in favor? Carried. Meeting adjourned.
Okay, so we are adjourned at 5:17 PM. Okay, thank you. Thank you to everyone.